City Council work session for the city of Billings. September 8th is still the summer, even though there was 9 inches of snow in Red Lodge last night. Remember, this is still summer, even if it's 50 degrees out there or something. I hope everybody had a very pleasant Labor Day with you and your friends and family. This is also close to the anniversary of the 19th year since 9/11, which will be Friday, September 11th, after the events of 9/11 in 2001. And it reminds me of the seriousness of that time and the victims of that sad event, but also puts in perspective a little bit what we're dealing with now with COVID-19 in our own historic times. I did some math and realized that we've now had 65 times the number of people die as a result of COVID-19 as died on 9/11. And that underlies the seriousness of the disease. Also, I see that in a few weeks, we will have now more than doubled the number of all persons who died fighting for the United States in its military since World War II. As a result of COVID-19, double that number, probably will surpass that in about 2 weeks. So very serious, and continue to encourage everyone to be socially distant, wash your hands, wear the mask when in public and when you can't maintain that social distance. And our numbers continue to be up there. We are sadly in Yellowstone County, the epicenter of COVID-19 in Montana. And although the numbers seem to be plateaued, we'd like them to drop, and we'll get more information with our first item coming up in just a minute. Just a reminder for anybody who might be watching the meeting tonight, we'll have 5 opportunities, 6 actually, for public comment. And write this number down. If you'd like to be heard on any of these items, you can call the phone number, which is 237-6196. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll ask you to mute anything that you might be listening to. But that again, number again, 237-6196. And I'll tell you when you can comment, and that'll be at the end of each one of these items. So the first item up on our agenda tonight is a COVID-19 update by our County Health Officer, John Felton. John, are you with us? If you are, we'll turn the computer screen over to you and ask you to give us an update.
All right, thank you. Yes, I'm here. So what I want to do is give everyone an update on where we are and kind of what the big things are going on. Last week, we did a press conference where we looked at August, and August was a pretty tough month. We actually had almost exactly as many new cases in August as we had from the onset, from March 13th through July 31st. We basically doubled in August. So there's about a little over 1,000 cases from March 13th to July 31st, and a little over 1,000 cases in August. Where we sit right now, we currently have, through today's report, update on the state map, which goes through yesterday. So this is through September 7th. We have 2,310 total cases, which is about 28% of the total Montana cases. We're roughly 15 or 16% of the Montana population, so that sort of puts it in context. You can't quite go on a one-to-one, like we're 15% of the population, so we should have 15% of the cases, because where there's more compression, there's more cases. So we're a little disproportionate, but I wouldn't really expect us to be right at one-to-one. We currently, as of yesterday, have 806 active cases. That's about 40% of the active cases in Montana. Looking at some of our key measures, as of yesterday, or through the cases through yesterday, our new cases per day per 100,000 population is about 19. That's down from a peak of 27 on September 1st. Our kind of red line mark is 25 per 100,000 per day, which for us is about 40 cases per day. So we're down at, that's a 7-day average is down to 19. So that's a move in the right direction. Another measure that we follow closely is our test positivity rate. That's reported on a weekly basis by the state of Montana for us. it's for the week. So this is for the week ending September 5th. So it ends on Saturdays. Our weekly positivity rate was 7.2%. Montana's was 5.2%. However, the previous week, the week ending August 29th, we were at 10.4%, and Montana was at 5.8%. So that's also going in the right direction. One thing we are seeing that is growing, continuing to grow, is our number of hospitalized patients. This morning, this changes kind of all during the day, but the count as of this morning was we had 83 hospitalized patients hospitalized for purposes of COVID-19. That's about 30% of the Montana total. Oh, actually, sorry, that's about 50% of the Montana total of 161. Of those 83 patients, we have 22 in our intensive care units, 16 are on ventilators. One thing we've been seeing pretty shift over the last several weeks is the mix of those patients. We've talked before about, Billings has really established itself as a regional medical center. So as of today, we had 35 Yellowstone County residents out of those 85, which is 42%. And 48 of those 83 hospitalized patients are from the region. Right now, the places that are most on fire in terms of cases are Rosebud County. Bighorn County is still in a critical position, but it's stabilized and it's stopped increasing. So both of those have large tribal populations. We know that there's significant health disparities for tribal populations, particularly reservation populations, compared to the general population. So we are seeing high hospitalization rates. Generally, what you see is when people get diagnosed, it's a week or two before they get severe enough to be hospitalized. So I think our hospitalization, even as our cases are starting to decrease a little bit, the hospitalizations are really still playing off what's happened in the last several weeks. So I think I would expect that to continue. The other place that we're, of course, watching very closely is schools. All the schools have been in session now for a week or two. We do have multiple cases in multiple schools involving both staff and students. One thing we're working with the districts, I meet with the school superintendents by Zoom every week. I meet with the athletic directors every other week. So we're working on how to manage contact identification and notifications in the schools. We're in a pretty strange position because public health has very extensive limitations on what information we can share with others. That makes it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense when we're talking about a respiratory disease. But bear in mind that the rules that are written and the laws that are written really didn't contemplate a respiratory pandemic. What they contemplated was really more stigmatizing diseases like sexually transmitted infections and HIV. So the restrictions on the sharing of public health information are very, very strict. So that's kind of our challenge as we work through the pandemic. From the school's perspective, they've got pretty significant restrictions based on the federal FERPA law, which is essentially the school version of HIPAA. So we're trying to work together, and we are working together to come up with a way that we can share information that complies with all those very restrictive laws from both the public health side and the school side. Another thing that we are watching closely as one of our school-related measures is the proportion of cases that are in children and youth age 19 and younger. Those are data that are reported by the state. And we've just really started following that since school started. So we had a partial week, 4 days the previous week, and it was 8% of the new cases were people aged 19 and younger. In the last week, where we have a full week of data, that number was 15% of the cases were children and youth aged 19 and under. So that's something that we have to watch very carefully. And the last thing I mentioned is in our press conference, we did talk about what we saw after the 4th of July. 2 or 3 weeks after the 4th of July, we started seeing a pretty significant increase in cases, many of which were tied to family activities, barbecues, neighborhood picnics, things like that. So we really encourage people to be very careful over the Labor Day weekend. this messaging you also saw come out from CDC, because nationally we saw the same thing after the 4th of July. So there's been a lot of really emphasis on let's try to be really careful over the Labor Day holiday in hopes that we don't see a big spike in cases in the 2nd and 3rd weeks, or 2 to 3 weeks after that holiday. So that's kind of where we are. Things are a little better now than they were a couple of weeks ago. We just need to really keep following the mayor's advice in terms of those protective measures of, first of all, maintaining distance, masking when we're out in public, watching our hygiene very carefully, and making sure that when people are sick, they're staying home. And hopefully we'll see the trends continue. So that's the update. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Very good. Thank you, John. Questions for John Felton? Any council members have any questions for John Felton? Councilmember Shaw?
This is just a very general one. I know this has been asked before, but John, is there anything that council can be doing or support that you need that you could let us know about tonight that comes to mind?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think the biggest thing is, we still see people who are out and about without masks in groups that are not properly distanced. I think any time that community leaders are in that situation, I think people look to all of us to see are we following the same recommendations. So I think maintaining that modeling is really critical. Thank you. Thank you.
John, there was a lot of blowback on the spectator issue at school sports. Did you want to comment on that? I believe those rules have been changed. If you just want to let the public know what's going on there.
Yeah, so when we met on August 4th with the athletic directors and public health, I told them what we tell everybody, and that is that when it comes to activities and events, it is the sponsor of those events that's responsible for complying with all the governor's directives. And I asked the question on August 4th, would you like to try and have one plan for the whole county, or would each district like to do their own? Ultimately, we had to make that decision. And the decision was all the districts agreed on August 4th, let's do one plan. So we went through all the elements and ultimately came to what was clearly going to be the most significant question, which was spectators. And at that point, although I've said all along it was not unanimous, but it was between 2/3 and 3/4 of those present said we'd like to have start with no spectators, start with a more restrictive stance, and if things go well, then we can always release it later. And we agreed that every couple of weeks we would talk about that, because as we know, COVID-19, we tend to think in 2 to 3 week blocks. Something changes, and as I said, like with the holiday, you don't see the effect immediately. You see the effect 2 to 3 weeks down the road. That obviously created a huge amount of public distress. It was certain, I think that typically, and I think you've probably seen this in elected office, though opposition tends to be louder than support. There was clearly some who felt that that was a good decision, and there were clearly some who felt that was not a good decision. We followed through with our regular plan, which was to meet every 2 weeks. We met again on August 18th, and I went through I just asked simply the same question. Would you like to continue with one plan, or would you like to each go to your own? And something, I think there were two things that happened in that 2 week period. One was clearly there was a lot of input from the public and parents and athletes to the schools. The other thing that changed was many of the conferences, like the AA conference, the Eastern A, the B conference, came up with some guidelines that didn't exist 2 weeks previously. Each school is completely on their own 2 weeks earlier. And now those conferences came up with some guidelines. And so this time it was on August 18th, it was unanimous. We'd like to each do our own plan. So each school is doing a plan. Several of those have been submitted. I think they're all going to allow spectators. That's fine. I told them, and I've said in public, when people gather, it does create more risk. Clearly, but there's also risk when you don't do things, and we've seen some of the degree of angst and upset is one of the risks that come with not having spectators. So basically, as I've said before, this is really one large risk management exercise trying to figure out which risks will we take on and which ones will we try and control more. So we have started having activities and events. There's been some spectators at them. We will continue to watch that. We'll continue to watch for cases where athletes or staff members involved in athletics become positive, and what that impact is in terms of quarantine and isolation. I know that the coaches worked really hard to cohort their teams so that if one student athlete becomes ill, you hopefully don't take out the entire team, but you might take out a cohort who would be in quarantine for 2 weeks. So we're underway. As I said, we are monitoring the school situation very closely. The Unified Health Command's medical technical team is working on that. We also have just constituted a team of area pediatricians. One of the real challenges is people can seek care in a lot of different places and get information from a lot of different places. And as we've seen, the guidance changes frequently. So to the extent that we can try and get people on the same page saying the same thing, it will be helpful. So we're going to work with the pediatricians next, as much as we did with the long-term care facilities, and constituted a team to help guide the entire area.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Yakowicz, you had a question.
Thank you, Honor and Council. Mr. Felton, we're, or at least tentatively, looking at getting back together, maybe at the library. I don't know if you received my email, but you did?
Yes.
Okay. Could you respond to it? Advice, suggestions, recommendations?
Yeah, I think as long as the council is set in a way and any members of the public are in a way that allows appropriate spacing, then sure, you can get back together. Our experience with our Board of Health has been that sometimes when we have hybrid meetings, so some people are on Zoom and some people are in place, that can be a little bit of a challenge in terms of communication and hearing, and maybe the city has some better microphone systems than we do, but that's the only real challenge. The governor's directive would require, as an indoor public space, that everyone present be masked. There is an allowance for during public speaking, the mask can be removed, but I think if you're going to go that route, that would be fine. Just make sure you kind of go through all the things we typically go through: spacing, masking, how you're going to manage the sanitation when people come and go. If you got shared spaces, like if you're using a podium for speaking, make sure you have sanitation of that space between speakers. But it certainly can be done.
Thank you very much. Other questions for John Felton? Any other questions for John? Don't see any. So John, again, thank you. And if you could have this taken care of by the next time we meet, we'd appreciate that.
Yeah, so would I. Thanks a lot.
I bet.
Bye.
Thank you very much. That is item number one. This is an opportunity for public comment on item number one. The phone number, 237-6196. If anybody would like to be heard on that item, please feel free to call 237-6196. You should call now. There is a delay between what you're hearing and the actual meeting. The actual meeting is ahead of what you're hearing. And so we ask you to mute or turn off your television, your computer, so you're not confused, and just listen to the person. Our city clerk, Denise Boldman, will be taking your phone call. That number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have anyone who is called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, we have no one.
Okay, I think we've given adequate time there. So we'll go ahead and close the public comment on item number one and move ahead if there's no other comments from council. Our city administrator asked to give us an update on kind of where we're at with the public safety mill levy. So unless any of the council members object, this is a bit of a ministerial item. We'll ask Chris Kukulski to bring us up to date there. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. So we've got 7 days and 2 hours left before the ballots will be counted. So we will continue to work until we cross the finish line. So 1 week to go. Just a little bit of info for folks. So we're hovering, I'm going to say speculatively, around 45% of ballots have been turned in. The strong zip codes are 102 and 106. The weakest zip code is 101. So if we just could continue our push to educate people, we will answer questions right up until 8 p.m. We'll answer them after 8 p.m., but 8 p.m. A week from today is when they'll start counting those ballots, and it's just critical that we get them turned in. We've got a number of education, get the ballot out, get your ballot turned in efforts this week, including some that will run on social media and on I guess you call it on television this week as well. So we have about 3,400. Actually, the number is 3,424 ballots were returned. I assume those are people who relocated or moved. If someone did not get a ballot, though, they should go to the election office and they will give them a ballot. So if they did not receive a ballot, that was they should have. And our postal service appeared to do a stellar job. All of these rumors of slow postal service, through our staff, we learned most people had it the same day it went out. Several others got them the next day, and I'm not aware of anybody who didn't have it by Monday. So with the exception of these 3,400. With that, I think that's really what I wanted to emphasize. We've got 1 week to go. I think it's a good proposal, as you guys all know, and we've been working really hard to educate folks. Happy to answer any questions anyone has.
Thank you. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Hey, Chris, I just wanted to remind people that for those that do have questions, they can go to the city's website. So they can just Google City of Billings, and that will bring up the city's website. And at the top banner, they will see the link for public safety mill levy if they've got questions. And that's where they see all of your interviews and the recordings you've done on Community 7, as well as an FAQ and all of the presentation material you've given. So it's a great resource for people to go to the city's website and find answers to questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Anything else for Chris? Councilmember Shaw?
Thanks. This is a quick one. I know Montana's you can register to vote the same day as the election. Is that exactly the same for this election as well? People just go down to the election office and works the same as just because it's not a polling place? Is that, I just want to clarify.
Unfortunately, you're the first one to ask me that question. And so I'm not comfortable giving you an affirmative answer. I'm not certain.
Okay. Okay, well, let's find out and just send us an email.
We can do that. We'll have an answer by the morning and push that out to you guys.
Thank you. Good question. And anybody who might be interested in that should be able to call the Yellowstone County Election Administration Office. Book is, or their phone number is on the internet or in the phone book if you still have a phone book. And they ought to be able to answer that question. I wouldn't be surprised if you could just go down there and get a ballot. But I don't know either. Thank you. Anything else for Chris before we move on to item number 2? Okay, we'll move on then. Thank you, Chris. To item number 2, the Jackson Court Apartments proposed affordable housing project. This is an update. Becky Brandberg is with us, but Chris Kukulski or anybody else from staff, do you have anything to tee this up before we turn it over to Becky?
I do not have anything formal. The developer in this case has requested the meeting. It's my understanding we don't have a formal application yet, but that's not unusual. And so we do have staff available both through planning, community development, and public works. If questions arise, just please recognize we have not reviewed yet any formal application to give real specifics on there. It'll mostly all be process oriented. So I think with that, we can turn it over to the development group.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for that clarification. Wyeth, you don't have to comment on this yet, but at some point, maybe at the end of the presentation, One obvious question will be, what will be the city's role in this project? Specifically, is there any role or any sort of approval, certainly for building permits, that would be necessary. But Wyeth, I don't know if you want to comment on that. I'm inclined to let the developer go and then come back to you with questions, but that'll be an obvious one. So, okay, well, with that, then, Becky Brandberg, welcome to the Billings City Council. And I see you have someone else with you. So if you could introduce yourself and whoever else is with you to begin with, and then you may begin as you feel fit.
Thank you, Mayor Cole, very much. And thank you, council members, and also Denise for helping organize us to be with you this afternoon. Sitting next to me is Gene Luer. He's the owner of GL Development. He is the developer for the project we're going to be talking about. And we also have Bill Haynes with us, a principal at Collaborative Design Architects in Billings, located in Billings. And I am going to turn it over to Bill in just a second, but I first wanted to say that we have projects in Helena, Havre, Wolf Point, Culbertson, and Deer Lodge, and we've been principal help in projects in a number of other communities as well. And at any time, we'd be glad to show you photos of those and introduce you to the managers, anybody you would like on all these subjects. We're as transparent about our projects as possible. So thank you for having us. Gene Luer can answer questions as well. And Bill has a PowerPoint for you that I'll turn it over to him.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much. Gene, welcome. And Bill, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, I'm going to share my screen here. I hope everybody can see that. I'm really happy to be with everyone here tonight to to give everyone a little bit of a background of where we are with this project, and just to let you know, we are still in the preliminary schematic design stages of this project, but we feel that it's really never too early to start sharing concepts and some of the issues that these sort of projects face. We're very, concerned that it'd be acceptable to the community and to the city. Every government of every industrialized country around the world is supporting public housing. It's really critical to a lot of issues about the social aspects of living and economic development and things like that. But in terms of this specific project, this is a low-income housing tax credit project. It is, and what I thought I would do is I'll give you a little bit of the background on the location, kind of bring everybody up to speed on the location and some of our initial conceptual thoughts on it. So the location is really in the southwest corridor between State Avenue and King Avenue. So you kind of see it on this map. It's at the exact location is 510 Jackson Street. And this is basically in the heart of this South Billings Boulevard Urban Renewal District. So what you see there in the blue rectangle is the proposed site. When the master plan for this urban district was put together back in, I believe it was 2012, they recognize that this district is really split into four kind of neighborhoods. And the neighborhood that we're talking about is really the one that's focused around Optimist Park. And Optimist Park is really it's the dead center of this residential community, whereas the Four Corners and the Almond Park and these other ones have much more of a commercial aspect to them. This Optimist Park is really a residential sort of district. And then the site that we're talking about is this 3.63 acre vacant lot pretty much on Jackson. It is bordered to the west with single family detached housing, and the same on the north. Up to the northeast corner there is a what was called a urban townhouse project. And to the south is really this other lot that is kind of industrial use that's has some storage buildings and shop buildings on it now. But we feel that this is really an ideal spot for residential development. It's in the heart of this district. It's surrounded by residential uses. We really can't see another use here, commercial or office or anything like that. It's really, it's ideal for the type of housing project that we're talking about. And then kind of drill in a little bit with the aspects of the site. It's bordered with gravel, unimproved alleys now on the north and west. The Mitchell, I think it's Mitchell Avenue, actually. On the south, the right-of-way actually extends to the east and kind of terminates now into this irrigation ditch there. So it's a rectangular site, but it's kind of a cutoff on this southeast corner. A little bit of some facts about the project I want to share. The site area is 3.63 acres. The zoning now is R6000, but as we know, with the new recode coming in, some of these classifications will be changing, but it's going to be a different kind of residential, but it will be compatible with the neighborhood. So the project that we're talking about, it consists of 38 units. The majority of the units would be 20 one-bedroom units, 12 two-bedroom units, and 6 three-bedroom units. The focus market for this type of housing is really for accessible housing, for elderly, for those who are kind of looking to age in place. That's a concept now that we're really investigating in housing in terms of allowing people to live longer in their home, or even if they're a homeowner in this district, it may be possible for them to remain in the neighborhood as they age and actually take over, say, something like a one-bedroom unit where they could have a visiting nurse or something like that. So as opposed to having people move to a long care sort of facility, a one-bedroom or a two-bedroom unit is another option. In terms of density, we're looking at when we talk about housing density, we're looking at a low for multifamily, 7 to 12 units per acre. The investment that this project will come to is going to be about $6 million of investment in this South Side neighborhood. In kind of planning the site and kind of coming up with a conceptual approach to the site, we've been kind of looking at some of the documents that the city and the district have been looking at. This on the left is the kind of the housing choice document that's really addressing housing needs across the city of Billings, and that, I understand, is still a work in progress. The 2012 South Billings master plan kind of looked at a lot of these issues at housing in this area. There's approximately 3,500 dwellings in this area. It constitutes about 88% of the Billings population. And even in this plan back in 2012, they were seeing growth, estimating growth of about 30 to 40 to 50 units per year coming into this district over a period of 20 years. And then also in this document was really a kind of comparison of this district to the housing averages across the city of Billings. What we see on the left is really, Billings is a great city because we have a lot of single family detached homeowners. And that's great. The average across the city is for multifamily is about 22% of all dwelling units. In the Southwest corridor, it's a little bit lower than the citywide average. It's at 6%. The difference is really kind of being made up in the higher percentage of mobile homes in the district. So yeah, in terms of zoning, this is this land is a R6000. You can kind of see the other uses in that area. And we did a little bit of a comparison just in terms of housing density. Starting on the left and going to the right, we're really talking about denser housing as you move from the left to the right of this chart. A single family home on a 1/4 acre lot, we're talking about 4 units per acre. And when we talk about density, we talk about units per acre, and we also talk about building coverage. So a percentage in that green row is really the percentage of land that has building on it. So what we're proposing for Jackson Court is somewhat in the line similar. About 1/5 of the land area will have building on it. That's kind of right in the middle of the range for this district. With 38 units, we're looking at, like I said, about 10.5 units per acre, whereas single family home is 4 per acre, or even on a smaller lot there are a lot of lots that are smaller in the district, 6 per acre. And when you look at some more dense manufactured housing and even those Monroe Street townhouses over there, we were finding a lot denser per acre unit. So we're trying to target this be in the middle of the district so as not to really kind of upset that green space that makes this a really nice neighborhood. Some other things we're looking at the site, access to city services, sewer and water. The urban plan that they came out in 2012 really said that the services already kind of exist in this area, and maybe city engineering could provide some clarifications on that. But from that report, we're finding that the water and sewer and the power already available in the neighborhood would handle this sort of use. So our kind of initial approach to the site is really to look at all 1-story units. So basically all ground level units. And the reason for that is that there's a great market for accessible housing and for housing that makes it easier for elderly people to access both the site and the apartments. So of the 38 units in this building, in this project, we're proposing that 6 of them be full, 4 to 6 of them be full wheelchair use. And then the remaining units could all be converted over easily to wheelchair use, or people who need a little bit more space and we're talking about all level 0 access steps and things like that. So our initial approach is really the way the buildings could be arranged on the site is really to try to take advantage of the southern exposure and try to create what we're calling almost like an interior pedestrian street that would be sunlit throughout the winter. So this is a shadow study on December 21st at 1:00, so that we can show that the sun is really penetrating into this development and it's keeping all these sidewalks and streets, as ice-free as we could use the sun to help us. So again, this is all preliminary. It's our first kind of pass at how 38 units could possibly be arranged on the site. In terms of vehicle access, we're looking at access coming directly off of Jackson, and then looping within the site with possible access for emergency purposes to alleys to the west and to that Mitchell right-of-way to the south. One of the things that I think I saw in the BikeNet plan was actually trying to develop this path that follows the south edge of the site, is really along that Mitchell Avenue. And if you were to look at that, you could see that directly to the west, that connects to Optimus Park 2 blocks away. So we think that's a great opportunity to to possibly develop Mitchell Avenue as a kind of a green pedestrian link between Jackson and Optimus Park, something that doesn't exist now. So in terms of the site layout, to kind of drill in a little bit, we're looking at this almost like a plaza or courtyard between the buildings that would have very limited vehicle access, maybe just for those who are in wheelchairs or need wheelchair vans, and then have that interior sort of street be available for deliveries and pickup and drop off and moving and things like that. But really want that to kind of be a much more of a walkable sort of pedestrian area. And again, this is very preliminary in terms of image and materials and things like that. But we want to really kind of develop this interior sort of street feel so that every unit really has a front porch that has access to pedestrian areas, that has access to green space. And then we've taken a first pass at how the units might lay out. Again, we're talking about trying to give each unit a front porch, make it really feel as traditional as possible, make it seem familiar, make it seem like it reflects single family sort of dwellings. So this would be one of two buildings that would have 1-bedroom units in it. Again, fully accessible, laundry facilities inside the unit. Try to get windows on a corner of the room so that we have nice daylight and shading. The bigger buildings that kind of line the north edge of the site would be 2- and 3-bedroom units. Again, everything that I've punctured with a star here is front porch. The 2- and 3-bedroom units would also have a little bit more of a private area in the back for patio, a place where if they had kids, they could, kind of be out there playing. Again, this is kind of a closer view at the 3-bedroom unit. And then this is the 2-bedroom sort of concept, which is about 1,000 square feet each. In terms of the timeline for this project, the application for housing credits went into the Montana Board of Housing in early August. The next phase, and this project was really one of about 6 or 7 that were green lighted back earlier in the summer to move into the second stage and to really qualify for tax credits. So the next round is really an application for home funds that we're working on now, which would include a preliminary architectural report. We've had a few meetings with different leaders in the community. We'll be adding some site analysis to this. And then this all goes to the Montana Board of Housing on October 19th, when they'll decide which of these 6 or 7 projects around the state will get awarded the very small pool of tax credits that are available for affordable housing across Montana. Recently, projects in Missoula and Bozeman have been getting awards. So we kind of feel that it's Billings' turn to really showcase one of these projects, because it is really a kind of a case of where we really are seeing a great public-private partnership with these tax credits, that investors across the country are able to reduce their taxes by promoting affordable mix of housing and provide better choice for people in communities like Billings that would not normally get investment on public housing or even private housing. So if the project were to award tax credits in October, the design team, which is all based here in Billings, would immediately move into producing construction documents. We would look at bidding the project probably late winter here, and we would hope that local contractors and tradesmen would be very interested in this project as a spring construction start, anticipating about a 1-year construction time. So yeah, thanks for considering our ideas here, and we at this point we could open it up to questions, I think.
Okay, thank you, Bill, Becky, and Jean. Anything to add before we open up for questions from members of the council?
Mayor, thank you. I met with several of you at the site and answered a lot of your very good questions. And if any of you that I met with would like to repeat any of those questions for the benefit of the folks, of the council members who I didn't get an opportunity to meet, please reiterate those, because that was very helpful and could be insightful to the rest of your membership. And please ask us anything that you would like.
Okay, thank you very much. Wyeth, we'll start with a question for you, and council, if you've got other questions for staff. But this is, I think, a good time to ask you, what role would the city be asked to play in this or not, as the case may be? Specifically, it's already in the city, it's not being subdivided, doesn't need a zone change, et cetera, et cetera. So what's the city's role here as you see it?
Yes, Mayor and Council, and I'll certainly I'll defer a little bit to Public Works Engineering on some of this if needed. But basically, currently, the property is zoned R6000. We would be looking at, or the applicants would be looking at, if they were going forward with a plan similar to what's been provided. And again, we haven't seen as was noted by Bill Haynes, and that they haven't submitted anything for a formal review, but looking at the proposal and the units and all this under the R6000 zoning, they would be looking at a special review for the number of units and the attached units that are proposed. Other than that, then they would be going through our building permitting and site development process, like any project like this would. We'd probably certainly encourage a concept meeting up front, and then move through that site development and building permit process as they described, potentially starting later this winter. And that would be looking at everything from the overall, on-site, the parking, obviously the buildings, the structures themselves, the infrastructure, water, sewer, access, and things like that would all be reviewed through those processes with the city, just like a project. And those would be, aside from the special review, everything else would be done administratively, just like a normal building project.
Okay, special review and building permit. Other council members have questions for the staff, developer, anybody else? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. Wyeth, you mentioned the special review. Can you be more specific on what they would be asking for to be reviewed on that?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, it would be tied to, in the R6000 district, the multifamily units that they're requesting, the 6 and 8 attached unit buildings that are at least what's being proposed right now. That would trigger the special review, and we'd be looking at, in that area, again, more of like the site and how it is oriented and how it's developed in terms of those units in the zoning. And it would go to the zoning commission, just like the special reviews the council has seen before, just looking at the layout, the access, the units and how they're oriented and things like that would be reviewed through that special review.
So it's an allowed use as long as it's especially reviewed. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct. Yes, it's a allowed use in the zoning with a special review approval.
All right.
So Wyeth, what's the number of units that can be put together without triggering special review? Just 2?
Mayor and Council, in the R6000 district, if you're going 4 units and greater than 4 units, then it would go into the special review. So if you're doing a duplexes type of project or something, that would not be special review.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As the applicants know, or not these applicants, but as the developers know, we've received email. And so I just have a question. Why choose this part of town, or why this parcel of land? Some of the comments in the email have been, we already have a lot of affordable housing? Why this parcel of land? If you could address that. Thank you.
Well, I'll start and I'll let Bill Haynes chime in as well. The property was available. It is zoned appropriately. All the utilities are close by and available. And from what we understand, able to accommodate this additional load. The district is growing. There are commercial entities within a half a mile to 3/4 of a mile with many employees, hundreds of employees who need affordable housing. And the price was right. The price definitely enters into all that. And another component is we didn't have to destroy anything in order to build upon it. There are no structures on it. And as a matter of fact, when you're doing low-income housing tax credit projects, you're not allowed to destroy existing homes that are occupied. Bill, what do you as a Billingsite, what do you want to add, please?
Well, I would add to your point about there being a lot of jobs nearby. The hope would be that a lot of these tenants in these units would be close access to employment opportunities on, say on King Avenue East or even King Avenue West, trying to activate our public transportation system and encourage people to bike and walk. It is a great walkable neighborhood already. It's just missing a lot of the essential infrastructure like sidewalks and curb ramps and things like that other neighborhoods in the city have been getting. And I understand that that's coming along, but I think this is a great opportunity to really show that this neighborhood could be more representative of the rest of Billings neighborhoods in terms of a great choice for housing of all types in that neighborhood. Whereas a lot of people who can't afford housing are having to travel from other communities where housing is available. And I think, in my mind, from a planner, this is an ideal location for this sort of a development.
It's also ideal in terms of proximity to schools. That's very, very important to us. And the fact that it was on a bus line, like Bill mentioned, that's also critical in our thinking.
Thank you. Lots of other hands. Councilmember Ronning Boyette, Purington. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I agree that bus line is important, but that bus line doesn't run 7 days a week. And it also ends sometimes before people get off work, especially in lower income neighborhoods where the jobs that you're describing are shift type jobs. And one of my concerns about this is that, and I appreciate that you're wanting to develop low income housing in our community because it's definitely needed. One of my concerns about this location is that a half a mile to a mile and a walkable neighborhood sounds good, except for when you're having to go buy groceries. And then you're carrying those grocery bags, and you can purchase very little if you're carrying your grocery bags because you don't have a car. And when I heard seniors, and that's part of what I thought, and that's a significant area of our community where our population does not have cars, and they have to walk to a grocery store. So they have to purchase very limited items to carry in those bags. So that is one of the things that does concern me. But I guess my hope is that the more populated that area becomes, I hope there's someone that owns a grocery store that would like to put a grocery store in that area, because that entire area needs some food security and needs there needs to be an availability for people to get to a grocery store where they can buy fresh produce and healthy things rather than just packaged goods. So I guess that is a concern that I have, but I hope that people who have grocery store businesses will come into that area and want to build a grocery store there. So,
Councilmember Ronning, I understand from Hannah Olson, who's running for the legislature representing the area we're talking about, that there is an effort underway to create a local and maybe even a co-op grocery store. Also, I want to note that we have arranged and have a letter of agreement with the Yellowstone, the Adult Resource Alliance of Yellowstone County, to deliver Meals on Wheels to any seniors or people with disabilities in Jackson Court homes that would like to engage with it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette and then Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe this question might be for Public Works, but the first thing I was concerned about was the single access to Jackson, but then I saw that there's a street called Mitchell there that's not developed. What would it take, or is that even a possibility of extending Mitchell to this property so you'd have two exits rather than one? Just wanted to get their opinion.
Why don't we ask both Debbie Melling, our city engineer, and also Bill Haynes, if he wants to comment. So Debbie, do you want to start us?
Sure. You're correct. There is a right-of-way that's called Mitchell that's south of there. That is a difficult one. I know that Espert has been in a lot of conversations about getting the gravel streets on the south in this Espert paved. And I know that that is on their radar, which would help. The property owner would be required to construct their portion of Mitchell. So everything fronting their property would have to be paved, curb, gutter, sidewalk, developed to a typical street standard. So beyond the limits of their property, though, if that was the only entrance and exit they had, they would need to improve some of that. However, since they do plan on exiting and entering primarily through Jackson, that gives Mitchell a little bit different look. So we'd really have to consider, we would not want them to have primary access through a gravel street.
Debbie, is it consistent with our regulations to have only one paved access? Would the emergency accesses be sufficient, at least technically, to the south and to the west?
You know, it comes down to fire, usually is the one that puts those requirements on it. Really, this is 38 units, so you're looking at somewhere in the order of 400 trip ends per day for vehicles, which is not a big number. It's really not a large development. So fire would be able to tell us, and possibly they've already talked with fire, but fire would be able to tell us what they would require for that second access. Second accesses, when they are gated and fire only, are allowed on gravel streets.
Okay, thank you very much. Bill Haynes, you want to comment before we go to Councilmember Purington?
Well, I think from some of the concerns about traffic are people using this site to short circuit other streets by going from Jackson to Mitchell and through the neighborhood. And our interior streets that we want to design to discourage that, and we'll have traffic calming sort of measures inside the site. But if Mitchell were to be extended to the east, we don't see how that really helps the vehicular circulation in the neighborhood, because unless it would be bridged over the irrigation ditch and connect into Jackson, that would really be, I don't know if that's a benefit that the neighborhood would be interested in. I see it as more of an opportunity to develop a nice green space there that serves as a pedestrian link, landscape sort of link to actually bridge this site with the site directly to the south, because neither one of them would need it for complete vehicle access to their sites.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that something the developer would pay for as part of this development, the green space development?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are deeply committed to as much green space as we can squeeze in and even extend to adjoining properties.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purington, and then I saw somebody, I think Councilmember Brown.
Denise.
Thank you. So, Becky, as we went through a couple of meetings with you, with the neighbors, and listened to or read our emails, there's quite a few neighbors that are not at all happy with this proposal. And I think at the last meeting that we had at the park at Optimus, their main concern was impact, whether it was the traffic impact on Jackson.
Correct.
The crime, area of crime that exists in the surrounding area, and that feeling of lack of safety in the area. So I'm just wondering, I know you took a catalog of notes, and I know you've been very willing to, just like with what the mayor said, that we're happy that, that your group is happy to do some things to add to green space and whatever it takes to make the neighbors happy. But I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts as far as mitigating the unhappy neighbors?
Thank you, Councilperson Purrington. I'll address the safety and crime concern, and I'll ask Bill to talk about the traffic study that will be done. We will have an on-site manager in an office with good visibility of the entire project, a minimum of 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday. There will also be a maintenance person on site. Their schedule will vary during the day, depending on what they're doing and what hours they choose to work. The maintenance person will be responsible for all lawn care and shrub and tree care and snow removal. So there'll be quite a bit of staff in our employment that will have eyes on the project. We'll have security cameras. We typically always do. We've had very good success in our other projects with relationships, actually, between our managers and the residents. And there is a really good mutual respect that takes place. And so if something inappropriate is taking place, the manager is informed, research is done, and any kind of crime-related behavior is just completely disallowed. Residents are issued violations and can certainly be removed if there's any ongoing problem. We can access public record police reports, for instance, and we do that. And we're deeply committed to making sure it's safe and secure. Most of our projects have over half of the residents are senior citizens. And of course, we want to protect them. You want to add something?
Yeah. We'll hire a management company, and in this case, it'll be HDA Management out of Billings. In addition to kind of the normal maintenance and kind of tax credit, income eligibility, requirements and process that has to be walked through. As Becky said, we'll have a lease with each of the tenants, one lease for each unit. And the folks who purchase these tax credits and are the limited partners in the organization have projects all over the country. And they're in it as partners. They can lose money during the duration of their involvement, which is at a minimum 15 years. We've been involved in quite a few of these projects, and it really is important to keep good management and to hold the tenants to good behavior. It's not unusual at all to have a tenant or two who will push the boundaries of behavior as far as you will let them push it. And you can have a project of 38 units in this case that's a great place for one or two people to live, but a miserable place for 37 or 38 others. And our goal really is to have it a good place for everybody to live. And if that We have a good lease. We enforce that lease reasonably, but our mission with that lease and with the management of the place is to provide a decent place for folks of all type to live. And if we have to get rid of somebody who's making it not a good place to live, we do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Bill, could you comment on the traffic issue?
Yes, we'll be conducting a traffic study as part of this project. As we said, it's 38 units. So in terms of, I'm not sure what the current car counts are on Jackson. I'm sure maybe city traffic could chime in on the latest study on that. But my understanding is it's 4,000 to 6,000 cars a day. So our impact on that, I'm not going to say that it's not going to impact it. It will. I mean, we will have traffic, people delivering things to these residents, and especially, Uber Eats and things like that, and Meals on Wheels. There's going to be traffic coming to this project. It's not the traffic that's screaming down Orchard or Jackson at 60 miles an hour. It's the people that live there, or it's people delivering things to the residents. So if there's anything about quality of traffic, versus quantity of traffic, I don't know if that sort of studies ever look at that. They always kind of focus on quantity, but it will be done for this project.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Purington, you good there? Councilor Brown and then Councilor Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. Becky, you and I had the opportunity to visit out there at the site. And one of the things that intrigued me was your community room and how that's going to be used. The other question that I have is, you guys are talking about, green space to link the parks and all that with the trail systems, everything else. And with your current design, I'm wondering, how does that work? Because that trail basically is going to be backed right up to a road and parking. So that's not really green space, but I'd like if you could talk a little bit about the benefits to the neighborhood that you guys are planning to bring in.
You bet. And thank you, Councilperson Brown, for inviting me to talk about that. We open our green space areas to the entire community, and some of our other amenities, like the community room, will be usable with a reservation with our manager by anybody in the neighborhood. So we'll share it. If we get to put in a community garden, which is on my big wish list, if people across the street or adjoining us or nearby want to have some plots in it, yay. We'll obviously have children's playground area. The mayor even suggested adult playground equipment, and I have no idea what that was, so I've been studying it. And if we have those things, and I'm thinking like shuffleboard and horseshoes and whatever the mayor wants to send me, I'll look at. And all those would be open to the public. Now, the trail is not actually on our property; it's just to the south of our property, and there's green, really large trees adjoining our property. And I think it's owned by those trees, and that trailway are owned by the city because it is part of the right of way for Mitchell Street. So we would love to kind of incorporate that into our design. This was Bill Haynes' idea, because otherwise it's nothing except an undeveloped trail. We would like to develop that trail. We'll have picnic benches and picnic tables and park benches and nice amenities like that. Sean, am I answering your question?
Yes. Thank you. I was wondering what you meant by that, but now talking about actually developing that out that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tricky.
So I have a couple questions for staff first. So I assume that right away to the west of the property is an alleyway. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks. And how wide is the Mitchell Avenue right of way? Is it big enough for like two small car lanes and a good pedestrian boulevard kind of a development there?
Mitchell right of way of 60 feet wide. Typically, if you consider a lane width, it's about 12 to 14 feet. And then you've got your sidewalk. So 60 feet wide is very typical for a local residential street.
Okay, so that's actually pretty good for developing that out. Okay, thank you. If it's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions for the developers. What are you thinking about in terms of use of the canal?
I was thinking Olympic swimming training. The Bill might have some ideas. I'll tell you, my big idea with the canal is to protect little kids. So I love that the canal is there. It's feeding a whole bunch of really beautiful aspen trees and cottonwoods. But we also, in the same breath, want to, have a couple foot high or whatever is required fence so nothing bad happens.
Yeah. Okay. Well, my thought would be to make sure that the trail connects out to Jackson Street then, but then you have that fence there between the trail and the canal.
Yeah, the trail and the canal are adjoin each other.
Yeah. And Sean talked about this a little bit too and whatnot. So I guess, do you have any thoughts about what we do about the, so it looks like to me that there's a access way, a right of way to the north of your property as well?
In the northwest corner, there's an alley on the northern border and the west border behind all those single family homes. And I believe there's an opportunity to do emergency entrances on both those corners, or one or both, whatever the city would recommend and like us to do. Bill, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's right. I mean, it's an undeveloped alley. We're not looking to allow vehicular access from that alley to the rear of some of our units. But there could be a possibility to have a connector through there for emergency vehicles or garbage, that sort of thing.
Do you know if power's coming through? Is power coming through there and stuff like that? Or is the only access to the alleyways right now for sanitation? Or is it even being used?
I don't think there are trash receptacles in the alleys. The alleys appear to be empty.
So these are basically unused alleyways. Okay. If Mitchell were paved too, would you open up another access to the to this development?
Who would like to comment? Becky, Jean, Bill, if Mitchell Street to the south were paved?
I'd really defer to Bill. I mean, I think there's a number of discussions that need to be held between the city, our architect and technical folks. And the other, I think my gut tells me more than facts that there really may be some opportunities with the South Boulevard Urban Renewal District to leverage the project to accomplish something that may be mutually beneficial or good for the neighborhood and not bad for the project, maybe good for both. I think that's I think that's a ways down the road yet in terms of a discussion. And what their interest would be or what their ideas would be, I don't know. But it seems to me there may be some good opportunity, mutual opportunity there.
Thanks. So I have one last question for staff. So basically, if I understand what you're saying, Wyatt, if they were building 4-unit buildings, there would not be a special review.
Councilmember Tariki, Mayor and Council. Yeah, actually, to clarify, it's three units and up triggers the special review. So 4 units would also trigger special review.
So only a duplex. So it'd have to all be duplexes.
If they're going correct, yeah. If they're going up higher than that, then they get into the special review.
Does that change with the recode?
In terms of the district, what would change is the zoning potentially on this property would change to a different residential called an NX2 zoning, and so then that anticipates sort of mixed small and medium scale multifamily 3 to 8 units. So that would be accommodated in that district under that NX2 zoning.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewell.
Thank you, Mayor. Wyatt, if they wanted to put this in as a planned development, is that a possibility? And then would they need a review on the 6 plexes because it's a planned development?
Councilmember Ewell and Mayor and Council, if you're doing planned development zoning, then you're basically, it'd be like a zone change. So you would come in with a proposal of a customized zoning for that property, and you'd have to go through a full zoning process, just like any zone change. And there's actually some additional work there because you're creating a document that's going to get recorded that basically it says this is the customized zoning for that area. So yeah, you could do that. Usually we only see those when you're doing a pretty specialized, usually larger type development, at least in recent time, but it would be subject to a full rezoning process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Councilmember Yakovich, and then Councilmember Deese.
Thank you, Honor and Council. I had a chance to talk with Becky early on. So for ex parte, she asked me about what to do. I just recommended to do some neighborhood meetings, and I did call her again. Then she called me, but I called her asking her how that meeting went. I did talk with some of the residents in the neighborhood as well, so as my ex parte conversation. I have a lot of concern for this development, and for 94 residents in the neighborhood to express concern. I represent my constituents more than a developer, and so I really wanted to hear my constituents. Big impact, I believe, already sitting on Jackson, a lot of traffic, and not just traffic, but fast traffic and loud traffic. So between King and State, a lot of traffic, and so the impact, yes, on people coming in and out of that development. I believe if you have 38 units times 2, considering a senior citizen would have 2 vehicles, but I doubt. That's about 76 vehicles. Low-income people have cars as well as high-income people, so that's a big important part. The other part is that Mitchell could potentially be a punch-out zone, but again, residents there will be impacted by that. So it's real concern. Talk about a fence. I think you're going to be putting a fence around your building, so it won't really touch the trail or the. That's a whole different component potentially, but I don't think the trail will be inside the fence. So the traffic study, I think, would be something important. I am concerned about fire and safety. We've talked about this in other areas, even on the West End. 38 units is, for me, high density in the neighborhood would like maybe half of that. So that is a big concern. And I'm just wanting to listen to the petitioners, the 94 who talked about that. I'm not against low income, but as Ms. Ronnie brought up or alluded to, perhaps not. I don't want to take words out of her mouth, but it is a lower income area already. If they do a neighborhood grocery store will be close to 27th Street and First Avenue. So it'll be a long walk from where they are. I know the residents they're not rich. They're not complaining about more low income, but part of the question is how much more in their neighborhood. And I don't have any questions on the integrity of the developer, but definitely the residents I really want to back and support. And at this point, they haven't been convinced. And I always like to see a win. When I asked Becky to have anybody call me who supports this project, no one has called me. But I did have a lot of calls from people who oppose it from the neighborhood. So I'm just letting you know that, and a very big concern and a red flag for me for this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other council members, questions before we open up for public comment? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mike, just to know, there's a grocery store at Albertsons in State. It's a little closer than what you had mentioned, but it's still quite a walk. I have a couple of questions. Just to clarify what Wyatt said regarding the NX2. Wyatt, did I hear you say that if this was under the recode NX2, this would not be coming to the council for special review?
Councilmember Neese and Mayor and Council, correct. Yeah, the NX2 zoning anticipates that small to medium scale multifamily 3 to 8 units, which is currently, again, as proposed, what we're seeing where that would fall roughly. But we'd have to see, again, whenever this comes in, it'll be subject to what the zoning is at that time.
Right. So the future, any NX2, or if this doesn't happen this year, we do the recode, any NX2, this should just go through without the council having to do a special review. Okay. Thank you. And then I do have a question for the petitioners. We talked about the affordable housing. You got 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units you're talking about. What is the rent anticipated in when you say low income or affordable housing? What are you talking about as far as rent factors?
That's a complicated question. For the HUD establishes and the State Board of Housing uses 40, 50, and 60% of median income limits for rents. I can send the city manager a matrix on those units. I don't have it in front of me. Generally, a 1-bedroom unit would run between $580 and $700 a month, maybe a little higher. A 2-bedroom would be $750 to $850, and a 3-bedroom would probably be in the $1,000 plus or minus a little range.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Normally, we try to structure the rent so that the fair market rent rates in the area that are established by the housing authority or by the HRDC, whoever manages the Section 8 certificates. We generally like to have those our rent rates accessible to folks with Section 8 certificates.
Okay,
sometimes it works, sometimes they're higher.
Mayor, I have one more question. Once this is approved as low income housing, that's a permanent approval. Is that correct?
Say that again, please.
Once this is built, if this is built and approved for the low income housing, this is a permanent low income housing. There's no taking it back sometime down the road.
There's through the Board of Housing tax credit allocation process, there's a really a 46-year restriction put on the property by a deed restriction. So it'll be used for this purpose for at least 46 years.
Okay, and after that time, it's not subject to be used as low income housing anymore.
At that point, it may not be. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff or developer's agent, Bill Haynes, before we ask for public comment for calls to 237-6196? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to Councilmember Yakowicz because I feel like I am also very concerned about the petition that we've gotten and the neighbors, not wanting to see their neighborhood decrease in value, which I think we all completely understand. So I wanted to I think a lot of the stuff I've heard, and I visited the site with Councilmember Brown, so thank you for answering pretty much all my questions out there. I feel like when I listen to the complaints of the neighbors, it kind of distills down for me to, they're worried about traffic, which I understand. They're worried about the lack of access to green space, which I think you as developers have a good plan for. And so I would just encourage you to continue, I assume you will continue doing this, but to continue having meetings with the public. I have faith in this process and that a compromise can kind of be reached that maybe will make this palatable to people on both sides. So I'm very hopeful about that. But I do agree that these are real concerns, and I want to make sure that we're addressing the concerns of the neighbors, which everything I've heard tells me that that's the case. That's what's happening. Just wanted to say that's great. Let's keep going down this path. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Traffic question for Debbie Melling. Debbie, if you're still with us, I was in Missoula a few weeks ago and just driving down a neighborhood when I came across what I would call one of our bike boulevards that was really just a landscaped island in the middle of an intersection. You would drive around it, but it did require that you slow down. It was very attractive. It was nicely landscaped. Is there a possibility along Jackson, if there's a speed issue as part of this development, to perhaps require or ask that the developers install that sort of barrier in Jackson? Would that be even within the realm of possibility?
That's a tough question. Jackson is a collector, so it's a little bit different than where we put the typical bike boulevard on local streets. So there's a little bit different classification, but those type of traffic calming measures are used on collectors occasionally when they're low speed, low vehicle count collectors. Not as often. There are some other traffic calming methods that we could use though. There's bulb outs that work really well in areas like this. Striping with bike lanes works well to narrow the feeling. So there are some traffic calming measures that we have looked into and are effective. We could possibly look at something like that. Not having seen the traffic study yet, it's hard to say what kind of impact there would be. So whether the developer would be responsible for that or not, it would really depend on what we see in that traffic study.
Okay. Sounds like those are things that might be addressed in the traffic study.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least given consideration. Anyway, Councilmember Chiriki, and I recommend that we move to public comment soon. Councilmember Chiriki.
Yes, a follow-up to that. We're still in the planning stages of what's going to happen to Jackson Street, right?
Debbie, can you comment on planning for Jackson Street or Wyeth?
Jackson Street, as of now, it's not included in any project in the existing CIP. So I'm not sure if you're talking about a large project from end to end on Jackson or what you're referring to. But if it's Jackson in relation to this development, no, we haven't looked at anything yet.
Okay, I must be mistaken. I was thinking that through the urban renewal district that there was something in the works for Jackson.
Hollowell, I will check. Maybe I'm incorrect. I did not think there was anything on Jackson, but I'll check on that really quickly.
Thank you. Anything else before we move to public comment? I'll give council an opportunity to comment after public comment as well if they would like before we move on to the next item, at least briefly. Let's open then for public comment for anybody who would like to be heard on this item. They should call that number 237-6196 at this time. The number again, 237-6196. We'll ask you to try to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We'll ask you for your name and address at the beginning. And a reminder again to turn off your computer or your television, because our meeting is actually ahead of what you're hearing. And you'll be very confused if you try to listen to both. So with that, that number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have callers to 237-6196? You're nodding, so it's all yours, Denise.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Mayor, we've had Mr. Bill Hope at 518 Jackson Street.
And Denise, I'm having some problems hearing you. Maybe speak louder or turn your mic up.
You bet. Hold on, Mayor. Okay, let's see if that works. Can you hear me any better?
No, still very soft. We can hear you, but it's still unusually soft. You could try your caller, Mr. Hope, and see if we can hear him better.
Yes, thank you. Okay, hold the line.
If we can't, I will interrupt him.
Hello, Mr. Hope?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you are still on hold. So they have just broke for a public comment period, and we are ready for you now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
It's also still very, very soft. I know, Denise, on my computer, there's a setting under audio settings for the microphone, and that needs to be set kind of in the middle of the range. You might check that. Maybe that would turn up your volume. I don't think it's just me. I think everybody is having problems hearing. Yeah, all the council members are nodding their heads. So
All I can do is speak loudly, and I don't want to give the impression that I am yelling at you, but I got a pretty loud voice. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, and that would be okay. But I'm seeing some other council members saying it's very, very faint. So I would propose that we delay here for just a minute. Apologize for anybody who might be watching. Denise, do you have any? If you're in your office, I can also run down there. I'm not sure I'd be of much use, but.
Okay, I'm trying to work on it as we're speaking. So I'm going to put him on hold for a quick second, and then I'm going to work on my mic.
Okay, and Denise, I'm going to go back to staff here. So you feel free to jump in at any point if you want to test your microphone.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Any of our staff members who might be watching, or our Sean Browns of the world who are computer literate, have any suggestions for what the technical issue might be here? Or if you've got other questions, we can hear all council members just fine. So if you've got other questions for staff, Councilmember Purington.
Well, just a quick question, because I know that Becky was talking a lot about the canal and the trail and all of that. And that property isn't part of this Jackson Court. That's outside the realm of ownership, I guess is the question. Is that correct?
That was a question for Becky or Bill Haynes, I suppose.
Bill, yeah.
Bill, if you can just clarify the trail and the
canal.
Mitchell right of way is outside the boundary of this property. I guess that is kind of by definition.
That is this is Bill. Yeah, that is my understanding that the property line would go to the edge of right of way for Mitchell. And that trail, there's nothing there organized now. It's just a dirt path. So I think that would need to be determined which side of that property line would it be located through the whole length.
Mayor, follow up.
Please.
So anything that has to do with the trail, and I know there was at one point you said, we'll put the street in at Mitchell and all of that. Those are just kind of, I guess I'd call it pie in the sky right now, because there's nothing definite that you would be doing to actually improve the neighborhood outside of the boundaries of the property that you're buying.
Well, that's technically correct, but we're sure open to talking about it. We want to be the best possible neighbors we can be.
Sure. Thank you.
You know, we have budget limitations just like anybody else. I really think that kind of whether it's Mitchell Street or whether it's the canal or the trail, it seems to me that might be a discussion. There may be some mutually beneficial things we could do there with the South Boulevard Urban Renewal District. I don't know. We're open to the discussion, but we're
okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm seeing some thumbs up from our city clerk, Denise. Give us a test.
Okay, testing.
Wow, that's great. Okay, much better. And so you've got a caller for us.
I do. His name is Bill Hope. He's at 518 Jackson Street. I'll put him on now. Hello, Mr. Hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you so much for your patience. We are ready for your public comment. If you're ready to give it to us.
Yes. Can you all hear me, guys and ladies and gentlemen?
Yes.
You sound great. We're getting lots of thumbs up.
I appreciate this opportunity to speak with Billings Council. I am very proud to be a resident of this city since 1969, and I've lived on Jackson Street since 1974, a total of 46 years. In that time, the city has provided as many services as are affordable. What this preposterous proposal to do for this housing project, 38 units, would be sapping the services that are provided by the city. And when I say by the city, I mean it as the 94 of us who have signed the petition that I have sent to you. We are generating those taxes to pay for those services. As I understand it, it is not the business of city council to tell someone when and where they can sell their property. And I totally understand that, and I respect that. However, city services, including police, roads, sewer, infrastructure, all of those things, fire department, garbage pickup, street cleaning, those are all city services that we, the taxpayers who already live here, are paying for. And we've been paying for them for years. Let's look for just a moment at lower socioeconomic housing. This area is already flooded with low-income housing. If you've lived in Billings for any amount of time, you certainly know about the infamous row houses of Jackson Street. When they went in there initially, they were probably a good deal because they were owned by individual owners. Now, the large proportion of them are rented out. The renters do not take care of the properties. If you don't believe me, take a drive, take a walk in that area, but I ask you please, for your own safety, do not do it after work or after dark because it's not safe. The row houses I speak of are right across the street from this proposed development, and so is government housing. Must all the people who are relatively poor be put in neighborhoods with other people who are relatively poor? And while we're considering it, would you want this development in your neighborhood? No, you wouldn't, because of the impact that it brings to Billings. Jackson Street is, frankly, well put, a highway. We have waited years for it to get paved, which it most recently just has. We have paid a lot of taxes. And they have double lined the road, to give you some idea, so people won't pass each other when they're driving, which incidentally, that doesn't work. They do anyway. Jackson Street is a connecting street between State Avenue and King Avenue East, both of which are major arteries in our city. Massive amounts of traffic use Jackson Street to get to Sam's Club, and Cabela's on King Avenue East, as well as to access the interstate highway. Since I've lived here in 1974, let me assure you the traffic has never been worse than it is now. It is going all night long, all day long, 24/7. We simply do not need any more traffic on Jackson Street. The impact of that development of 38 units would be a minimum, I'm guessing, of 76 automobiles and or motorcycles, none of which seem to know what a muffler is. There also would be other vehicles there as people came and went and visited the residents. We don't need that. The proposed development would enter as well as exit on Jackson Street. We've had a few meetings now in the neighborhood. Every time we bring up traffic, the developer takes notes on a clipboard and it's never addressed. Never once has there been a proposal what to do about it.
Mr. Hope?
Not once.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope, I want to thank you for your call, but your 3 minutes are up.
Well, I want to thank the council for listening to about 20% of what I've had. As you can see, we don't want this. We are the taxpayers, and we ask you not to allow it to happen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You will have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. Would you give me your name and address, please?
Steve Simonson, 5342 Cabernet Lane.
Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council and staff, I'm Steve Simonson with Beartooth RC&D. I serve as Director of Economic Development for the 5-county region. And we have written a letter of support for this project. We feel that in Yellowstone County, the housing market study that was done shows that there's a need for 700 affordable housing units, and 38 is just really a drop in the bucket for what's really needed out there. And so the home program that we support in this project, I just wanted to go on record as letting the council members know that we support that. Council member Ronnie, we are working on a Southside grocery store project and have been for the past couple of years. We'd love for the public, private sector to partner with us and put that grocery store in so that this neighborhood can not become a food desert any longer. So I just wanted to go on record and make those comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's city council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name's Catherine Card, and I live at 2815 4th Avenue South in Billings.
Okay, Catherine, go ahead.
I sent an email to all of you previously, but I want to reiterate some parts of it again. So, dear Mayor Cole, City Administrator Kukulski, and City Council members, I'm writing in support of Jackson Court Affordable Housing Project. Part of the reason is that these affordable housing projects are that are well made, as this proposal outlines, handicapped accessible, efficient, energy efficient, surrounded by pleasant green space and playgrounds and easy access entryways are badly needed in Billings, as was said by the previous caller. To see a project like this go into an area that's been allowed to become dilapidated and depressing is an encouragement. Actually, it's a sign that positive change can happen, even in the midst of a neglected part of our community. The hope is that it will encourage its neighbors, including the landlords of the row houses and other places that have become so dilapidated, to improve their properties again, and encourage the homeowners in that area too to clean up their properties. I don't live in that part of the South Side, but I do live on South 4th Avenue between 28th and 29th Street. And I'm surrounded by dilapidated buildings, especially rentals, all around. I live in an area of high crime as well. Should an affordable housing project like Jackson Court be proposed for my neighborhood, I would be very excited about it. It gives, for me, hope. It provides much needed, decent places for folks to live, and it's managed by a company that uses on-site managers, as you've heard, not absentee landlords. So when issues arise with the residents and between the residents of the project and the neighborhood, those can be addressed directly by someone who is in direct communication with the owners. I wanted to just, I don't know that this is correct, but the MDT 2019 traffic study shows the AADT, the annual average daily traffic at the corner of Jackson Street and Krapp, shows it to be 1,438 vehicles a day, just for somebody's information. And again, I'm not sure that that's that number is the relevant number you're looking for. In any case, I really ask that you consider this, and I see it as a really positive thing. So I'm looking forward to see it come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect, Catherine. All right. Have a great night. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, and thank you for your call. You've reached the public comment period for tonight's City Council meeting. You'll have 3 minutes in which to give us your comment. May I have your name and address, please?
My name is Carrie Boyder, and my address is 946 Yorkshire Court West.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to comment that I fully stand in support of affordable housing, and I really appreciate that we are bringing more of it to Billings. However, I do live on the south end of Jackson, and I have a toddler who's growing up in this area. We ride our bikes in the area and take walks all the time. And we feel fairly safe doing that now. There is a lot of traffic on Jackson, I'll admit, and it is growing. But we feel fairly safe, especially now that they have paved that road. And there is a sidewalk on one side of Jackson. Where we did not feel safe was on King Avenue East and on Hallowell and on Orchard, where there were not sidewalks until recently. Which brings up the question of how long it has taken us just to get paved roads and sidewalks in this area. And so I think that that means that this is a ripe opportunity for all of us to think about public and private partnership and what that may look like and how we really may be able to improve these neighborhoods for everybody. Like I said, I'm a proponent of affordable housing. I don't have a problem with it going in any neighborhood where I would live, but I do want to think about how we can get sidewalks, how we can get paved streets, how we can all work together to make that happen. And I just want to provide you a small anecdote of what happens when we don't work together right up the street on King Avenue East, where there are apartments between Jackson and Hallowell. There's an alleyway, and it backs up to Jansma, where there are property owners. And this summer, because there's a lot of traffic with that apartment complex, one of the property owners on Jansma sat all day creating potholes in the alley to slow down the traffic in that alley. And so you know that the city had to spend oodles of money to come back and fill those potholes that he created because he was really ticked off about the traffic. So I just want to think about the neighbors' needs and how we can meet those needs and how we can all partner together and work together. And I'm committed to helping look for solutions if that's something that's necessary. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have a good night. Okay. Mayor, it appears that we are at the end of our callers.
Okay, thank you very much, Denise. Then we'll close the public comment period. Thank all the members of the public who might have been watching and those who called in and those who didn't. It's been very educational. Before we either move on to item number 3 or take a break, are there other questions or comments by council before we move off this? Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Tariki. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know, maybe Debbie can answer this, but I am concerned about the Mitchell Street not being developed and not being used and accessed. If this is approved with only Jackson Street as an access, I've seen this happen up in the Heights where they get something approved where the access, they're not using that street, so they don't ever have to develop that street. And that street stays undeveloped for years. Is that what could happen here? Is Mitchell would never be developed if we don't make them develop it at the time of this development?
We have several options. Mitchell's somewhat unique because it doesn't go through to Jackson. Mitchell stops, the right-of-way turns where the ditch is and it goes over the top of the ditch, but there is not a straight shot on Mitchell to Jackson. So it's a little bit unique as far as how that road could be used into the future. That being said, anytime that we want to construct a street, city code says that adjacent property owners are responsible to construct it. So we can do an SID at any point. Or when this does develop, we will put conditions on that development of Mitchell. If it's not constructed at the time of development, it will be waived. So they would have to do the improvements when the time comes. So there's a lot of mechanisms we can use.
Okay, and then if they were to develop it, would they have to get the other properties south of that to also agree to fully develop that street? Is that how that works?
The way it works is when the first person comes in to develop, they're required to build what we call a half street. It's quite a bit more than a half street. It's 30 feet of asphalt plus their side of curb gutter sidewalk. So the first one in builds the half street.
Okay, and then
unless they can get, yeah.
And so we'd have a half street until the property south were to develop.
Yeah, again, it's 30 feet of asphalt, so it's as wide as most streets.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Tricky, you also had something.
Yeah, I'm curious if a different developer were to come into this place, how many trailers could they put on this lot without the council having any say on it?
Councilmember Shariki and Mayor and Council, currently with the zoning, the R6000 zoning, it's not zoned for manufactured home development. So there wouldn't. So anyway, you'd have to look at a different type of development pattern for that zoning.
So how many duplexes could they put in?
I couldn't just tell you that off the top of my head. We'd have to calculate it out based on the area, and it's a little bit tricky because you have to factor in off-street parking and other requirements. So it's a little bit of an exact science to sort of drill into that. So I wouldn't be able to tell you that right now.
Okay. So I have a question for the developers along the same lines, or follow up on there. Is there an economic reason why you guys are looking at 6 to 8 unit buildings as opposed to duplexes? Because apparently you could do you could do this all as duplexes, I assume.
I think Bill or Gene.
We'd prefer to keep it ground level, really for the livability of it. Different architects will tell you I think that it's about a wash. If you go up a story, in terms of cost, or if you go out in terms of more square footage on the ground. Most of what we've built is 1 story, and we try to add green space to it so it works for families and normal folks. There is an efficiency to larger buildings, which is kind of the middle ground that our architect has suggested on it. We probably could do duplexes. I don't think we'd get as many units on the site, and there's an economy of scale and that has to work with these things. The 8-plex units are just seem both suited to the to the site physically and to the economies of the project. So really, that's why we did it that way.
Thank you.
If there's strong interest in another option, we'd be interested in talking about that. The one of our commitments that to the Board of Housing really is the 38 units. So we've got to do something that produces at least that number of units, just given the funding sources for these things. So we won't have the option to drop 10 units out of it and do a different configuration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Debbie Melling, on the question on the traffic impact study, I assume, but correct me if I'm wrong, that the traffic impact study, in addition to looking at the impact of 38 units, will also compare that to other alternatives, in particular, what they could build without special review approval. Since the question is really, for us as City Council, what are we adding if we approve special review? That they always already have, as a matter of right, the ability to go put in duplexes. And so what we're really interested in is the differential impact. There are going to be impacts. The neighbors do not own this property. They're not entitled to control it. The owner owns this property and can build to a certain level. So will the traffic impact study look at the differential of the proposal versus what they could do as a matter of right?
The first clarification, I guess, is if this does not generate more than 500 trip-ins, there won't be a traffic study. So we've been making the assumption in a lot of comments tonight that there will be a traffic study. It's only required if there's 500 trip-ins, which this may or may not trigger. My guess is it won't trigger it. That doesn't mean we won't look at traffic. We won't look at the, where they're entering Jackson and that sort of thing, the geometrics, if you will. If they do a traffic study, we do look at the impacts, but it doesn't necessarily look at, developed another way. Some people do put that in, some don't. We can certainly request that they look at that. If it does trigger, we can ask that question.
Personally, I would find that very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Council. I'm going to move us on to either a break or item number 3, unless there's something else critical from another council member. Not seeing anything. Developers, Jean, Becky, Bill Haynes, members of the public who commented, thank you very much for being with us. We wish you the very best for your development and for your neighborhood.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mayor, very, very much.
For your time.
Thank you very much. That then concludes item number 2. Council, we are now at the 7:30 point, which is usually our witching hour for a brief break. I would suggest we do that. We'll come back at 7:35. It's about 7 minutes. See you at 7:35. Thank you. wait another minute or so. While he's doing that.
He could do that. I've got him on the line, so I can just put him on speaker for now.
Okay. Why don't you do that so that he can hear, and we'll proceed, and then hopefully he'll be able to get his computer. A very inconvenient time for updates. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. We will reconvene on item number 3. This is the September 8th work session of the Billings City Council. This item includes Northwest Energy lease on the airport property. And Kevin Plone, do we have a presentation by you or another staff member?
The presentation will be by me, but I have some support folks from Northwestern Energy that'll step in if I botch it up too badly.
We have confidence in you. You will not mess it up that badly.
We'll see. All right, it's been a while since I've done this. Do I just push share screen?
I believe so, as long as Denise has authorized you.
It's like you're off and running.
There you go.
All right. We're good. All right, y'all see that. Okay, so what we've got going on here is I just wanted to educate you a little bit on some work that I've been working with Northwestern Energy on. So I'm just going to do a short presentation here, and then we'll get to the questions if you have any. They approached us here a while back regarding a piece of airport property. This piece of property, this is our certificate of survey land map for the airport. And the piece of property that we're looking at is on the very east end. It's that kind of a light green down there in the corner, heading down Airport Hill. And it actually abuts right next to their existing substation down in the valley there. This piece of property is kind of unique. It was purchased in 1986 for runway protection and noise protection. There was a big push back in those days to protect airports. And so since that piece of ground is right underneath the approach and takeoff for the main runway, it was purchased. It's never been leased before because it's really never had any kind of airport use. So this is a unique deal. The lease area was appraised by Northwest Energy for about $223,000, as they were interested in purchasing it from us. Because it was purchased with FAA funds, the FAA typically doesn't like to give up land unless there's a good reason for it. For example, the last time we actually sold any land that was FAA purchased was during the improvements that were done on Airport Hill, and where they widened the right-of-way, and we sold some of that property then. The area is actually pretty ideal for the development of a substation in that area. And one of the things that's taken place is the FAA has confirmed that the clearances for any potential substation in that area would be acceptable for the approach. This is kind of the certificate of survey on the site. This is actually the whole piece of property. They're not interested in the whole piece of property. They're just interested in the utility site, track B15, kind of there in the center. It's right up against their existing facility. And as you can see here, it's kind of gives you a better feel for where it is. It's right just north of the Boot Hill Road. Okay, this substation is one of the three critically, I gotta move some people here so I can see. Here we go. Substation is one of 3 critically important substations that provide the main transmission sources for power to the City of Billings and the greater region. The location of the substation is very important for providing electrical service to Billings and is strategically located with area transmission lines. The rebuild of the substation will improve reliability and add needed additional capacity for the Billings area into the future. The benefits to rebuilding this substation, and it's actually called the Rimrock substation, is that the existing substation is over 60 years old and is of wood construction and in need of upgrades to modern steel standards. Increases the electrical capacity for Billings and the surrounding area, providing a solid platform for area growth. Improves reliability of service, less chance of load or overload related outages. Increased capacity provides options to reroute power for maintenance or emergency repairs. And the greater ability to handle high summer and winter peak loads. Now, this is a fairly expensive little project. I was told that it's in the neighborhood of 25 to $30 million. This is kind of a mock-up. If you're coming, actually, if you just took off from our runway and we're heading east, this is what you might see. This is the new site, and in the background there is the existing site. Coming in from the other direction, from the facing west, you can see the existing site and then the mock-up of the new site. Right now we're actually working through a lease agreement. They're very anxious to do this. It's a 40-year lease. Since this has got a huge investment involved, we're going to give them the maximum that's allowed by state law, and that's 40 years. And it will come with a first right of refusal, so that at the end of the 40 years, if they decide they want to continue to use that site, they would have first shot at it if the airport was willing to continue to lease it. Approximately 14.85 acres. That's still being negotiated because there's in the corner of the 14.85 acres is one of our LWAS towers, a low wind shear alert system tower. And they really don't need to include that in their lease, so we're going to look at cutting out a corner and probably taking some of that back, so that lease space number will probably drop. There's significant environmental language in this. This is a little bit different animal than a normal airport lease that we usually use. So we beefed up that a little bit. The lease rate isn't not finalized yet because we're still looking at the amount of land that will be involved. And then the CPIU rate adjustment, we're still working through some of the issues on that. Just depends on what the total initial cost that we could settle on for the annual rate. It also requires Northwest Energy to have its own stormwater prevention pollution plan. SWIP is usually handled at the airport under our plan. All the other tenants do that, but since this is really not on the airport proper in terms of the airfield, we've asked them to put their own SWIP in place. Requires perimeter fence for security and safety. And then we're also requiring a $5 million per occurrence minimum liability insurance, which is a little higher than our standards. And what's next? We'll finalize the lease and rates. We're looking at doing some council approval in October, and Northwestern Energy is anxious to get going, so construction's anticipated to be this spring. Any questions?
Questions for Kevin. I'll start with the obvious one. Kevin, this is one of the most beautiful natural areas in the Yellowstone Valley. It's our Rimrocks. It wouldn't be visible from the valley, but on the south side, but it certainly would be from the north and on Airport Road. There's the existing substation there, which is already, I hate to insult one of our greatest taxpayers, but substations are ugly. That's just the truth of the matter. But they're also absolutely essential. We all know that. So the question is, and this may be a question for our Northwestern Energy representative, but is there any way to mitigate the visual impacts of an expanded substation?
Well, I'm going to have to, whoops, went too far here. I'll have Roy Ishikin and
Yep.
and Tom Hanskins. I don't have lost your names, and
Yeah,
so I'm going to let one of you guys go ahead and talk while I fidget around here a little bit with this.
Sure.
And I guess I need to comment that I'm going to get in trouble from my electrical engineer brother who worked for Montana Power building substations for 20 or 30 years. But it's a price I'm willing to pay. So with that, whoever would like to address that question, thank you.
Sure. I'll just start out very quickly. Thank you, Mayor Cole and council and staff. We appreciate the opportunity, and thanks, Kevin, for helping us get this concept across. Of course, I think beauty's in the eye of the beholder for sure. I agree that the substation probably isn't the most beautiful thing, but what will happen as part of this is much of the old substation will be removed, not all of it, but much of it, and replaced with a more modern looking facility. And, from the air, there's not much we can do, and I have on the line with us here is Tom Pankratz, our Director of Electrical Transmission Engineering. And Tom, I don't know if you have anything else to add to that comment.
Yeah, this is Tom. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, Roy, thanks. I think the only thing I would add as well is, that is part of what we attempt to do, certainly when we look to site a new facility like that, is, we do try to look at the aesthetics associated with it. In this case, in this particular location, you certainly saw the rendering and that was produced for that. Typically we look at different fencing alternatives and things like that in terms of what we're able to do for, visual aesthetics. Certainly the equipment and the structures, if you will, that are big steel structures that are inside the substation, they are certainly tall enough. We really can't block the view of those very well. Sometimes we look at concrete block walls and that sort of thing. I think in this case, one of the things that we tend to look at is that even with a concrete block wall, you've still got, a lot of visual over the top of those block walls. So, those, and again, as the earlier comment, were beauty somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but the concrete block walls also, quite frankly, we get, comments about those as well too sometimes, that those have the appearance of a large moat or, frankly, make it stand out even more sometimes. So we don't have, I will say, I don't know that we have a whole lot of different fencing options, but what was anticipated here is, a new modern chain link fencing that's approximately 8 to 10 feet tall. I think we can look perhaps at some color options and that sort of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. What about landscaping? Is that out of the question? There's no source of water here, by the way.
There is no water or other sewer or water anticipated to be put into this facility, no. So no, from that standpoint. And I don't believe, Roy may be able to verify this for me, but I don't believe we have water available in the area, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I don't think so. It would be quite a feat to get it there. I tell you, Mayor Cole, one thing that Kevin and I have talked about this, and it might be something that we could throw in the mix, is we have another parcel along the Boot Hill Road that if we could maintain access to that parcel, we could maybe trade that, as part of this for parking for the city for the Yellowstone Kelly, and allow for some improvements, in that part of the in that south end of the property, and that way that would maybe offset some of the concerns you have about people, enjoying the area and all that. I throw that out there as something that maybe Kevin and I and maybe other city staff could discuss.
Okay, thank you very much. Other council members, questions for staff or our Northwestern Energy representatives? And here's, Kevin, I'll ask you to maybe you could shrink your screen. I'll be able to see the council members all at the same time that way. Councilmember Neese has his hand up, and Councilmember Shaw. So Councilmember Neese, Shaw, Ronning.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate you bringing that up because I'm concerned about what the aesthetics would look like on this. I don't know right now. I know there's some power poles that run and transmission lines that run there now. And that substation, as you go down, it's kind of hidden down a little bit. This new station would be actually up on higher ground, but much more visible. And as far as no water there, I believe, and Debbie, if she's still on, or someone, maybe Jennifer knows this, I thought they were going to be putting up a main line up Airport Road at one point or another. Do you know if that's the case? As far as water going up from the heights up as a redundancy line, so we don't have to rely on that one going up the rim rocks all the time?
Councilmember Neese, we are planning a project to run a redundant line, but it's not extending the water service to any areas that are not already served.
But it'll be going up Airport Road?
Yes, it's that line up
Okay.
Airport Road.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw and then Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you. You asked most of my questions, so I just wanted to follow up on one that we haven't quite touched, which is, as we're thinking about recreation and the Skyline Trail and everything up there, what's the barrier of access that it's safe for pedestrians to even be near a power substation? I don't know that. So that's my question is for those recreating and for us as people trying to plan, future city development, what numbers do we need to have in mind?
So our perimeter fence is there for not only safety to keep people out, it's also a grounded fence that will protect people from any kind of exposure to electrical lines. And so that fence is there for a very good reason. It has a grounding mat on the outside of it that will isolate anything inside the substation from anybody on the outside. So technically, as long as you stay outside the fence, you're safe, and that's all we would. We just obviously have that so people don't get curious and go in there. And I would emphasize too that as far as development goes, this will be a very, very low impact development for traffic and things like that. Yes, it'll be busy during construction time, but once it's built, there's maybe 1 or 2 trucks a week that will be there checking on things and all that. So it'll be very low impact to the neighborhood as far as industrial traffic.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So as we looked at the images in the PowerPoint, it appears as though from those images that the substation is going to be between Airport Road and the edge of the rims and the rims. So yes. I think one of the things that is so extraordinary about Billings is our rims. That our rim rocks are iconic. And I think people come from all over. And one of the things that one of the first things people do when we have visitors is we take them up on top of the rims to see, we do that drive so people can see over the rims and see the lights at night and see the visual image of looking over the rims along that drive. And so it looks as though where this is placed that, maybe it's just the rendering that we're seeing and the picture that we're seeing, but it looks like one of those images that will be possibly impacted is the image of Sacrifice Cliff. And so that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like on the image that we're presented in the PowerPoint. I really find that problematic. And I feel like this opens doors to just other areas where we start taking away the iconic thing that we have in Billings, which is the rims. And I hope that we work to protect that more than take away the beauty of what we have. But maybe it's just the image that we're seeing within the PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, I think too, we obviously, we didn't pick this particular spot without obviously some engineering considerations. We're a little bit limited by the location of the adjacent transmission lines, because those are very hard to relocate once they're in place, very expensive. And so we tried to pick an area that would be the least impactful to the transmission lines and to the overall use of the land and all that. And I do think that the ultimate build of the place, once you get away from it, it won't seem like, a 8-story building on a hill, domineering the city. I think it'll be a lot less impactful than that. And maybe we need to have our design team, Sanderson and Stewart, maybe do some renderings of what it would look like from a distance in town. I think, Councilman Ronning, that might help alleviate some of your concerns about what it would look like from downtown. So I agree that we probably could do some more renderings from a distance, and just to give you a better idea of how that would look.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, any other questions from any other council member who hasn't asked a question? If so, we'll go back to Councilmember Neese. If you had another question, Councilmember Neese.
Yes, thank you. Did Northwest Energy look at the land to the east of that as far as the availability? It looks to me like there's a construction site or construction company there. Did they make offers on that land? Because that actually goes down and it'll be lower into the ground and maybe not as visible.
Yeah.
I believe that land's owned by Public Works. That's Public Works land. They bought that in about 2008. And they use that for their snow removal efforts, to pile snow when we have piles of it to move. And I'm sure Jennifer could chip in on that a little bit.
Chris Kukulski, and then Jennifer or Debbie or anybody else who's available to comment on that. But Chris Kukulski.
I'm wondering, based on what I'm hearing, if we can, and that was part of the value of having this discussion, between this one and the next discussion, views from town looking up at the rims, the view shed from there, the view shed from Yellowstone Kelly in the park is obviously more sensitive than maybe I'm hearing the view from the road. So if we were to possibly stretch east and west versus the square that it was, and I have no idea for Northwestern if that works at all, but the idea was just to hear, am I hearing that right from the council? Protection of the view of the rims. Won't be able to protect it from everywhere unless you don't want it to go here at all. But I'm thinking the priorities are, what's it look like from the core, the downtown, and what's it look like from the park itself, in minimizing the impact of the station?
Yeah, Chris, I don't think anybody will disagree with that. One other concept would be the possibility of berming. Since the road is slightly below that, a berm would hide a lot of it from Airport Road. It wouldn't do anything for the view from the rims and Yellowstone Kelly site, but it would help from the road, I suppose. That would be something else, and wouldn't require, once the natural vegetation took root, wouldn't require watering. Councilmember Shaw, I'm going to ask you to hold your question for just a minute. We go back to
I just
staff.
want to add one thing to Chris's list. I apologize.
Okay.
Just also the Skyline Trail. I would really like to see that played into a rendering. So.
Okay. Did staff have anything that they wanted to offer on the existence or the property to the east that's used by Public Works?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I heard that there was a question about the land that we store the snow on during the winter, but I wasn't sure what that question was.
Yeah, and Councilmember Neese posed it, but he was questioning whether an alternate location, instead of going west of the existing substation, could we go to the east, because that area conceivably might be less visible. And Kevin Plone was just observing that Public Works owns that and uses it for snow storage during the winter.
Yes, Mayor and Council, that's correct. We have that site along with a couple others needed, of course, for snow dumping efforts during, not last winter, but usually every winter where we have a lot of snow to dump in that area. So right now, we can investigate how much of it we're using, but right now I believe that we need that whole area.
Okay, maybe we could find other locations, so it'd be worth something to at least look into, assuming Northwestern Energy would not like us to dump a lot of salt-laden snow in its substation.
We don't use salt, Mayor, remember.
What's that?
Sorry, I just couldn't help. We don't use salt in Western.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, that's yeah, salt's a good conductor too. We don't like that. Councilmember Ewald, and then Kevin Plone. Councilmember Ewald, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. How many acres is the Public Works one, Jennifer? Do you know?
Sorry, I'm having trouble with my mouse here. I do not know off the top of my head what the acreage is there, but I can look that up probably real quick.
There might be a possibility that they could put the substation down there and we could have Northwest Energy level that 14.8 acres up there, whatever that amount is, and the snow could be dumped up there. That wouldn't interfere with anything with the FFA, would it, Kevin?
Well, the FAA, as long as we were getting paid a lease, they would be happy with that.
Okay.
But I'd have one other point.
Please.
When you're talking about visibility from downtown, one of the things we had to look at, since we had that LWAS tower there, was how tall were the structures that were going to be next to it, and would they impact its ability to operate? And so I do recall from that investigation that the tallest structure in that substation is only 55 feet high. That I think the existing towers are obviously what they are already, and they're fairly tall. But at 55 foot, I'm doubting you're going to see anything coming over the horizon of the rims from downtown.
Sure. Okay, other questions for staff or Northwestern Energy? This is scheduled for public comment, so real soon we'll ask anybody who would like to comment to call that number 237-6196. Other questions from staff after public comment? I'll come back to council, see if anybody has any closing questions or comments as well. But anything else from council members? Okay, then let's go to public comment on item number 3, this Northwestern Energy proposed lease on the airport property off Airport Road. The phone number again, if you'd like to be heard, 237-6196. Please call now. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll ask you for your name and your address. We ask you to turn off your television or your computer, whatever you're listening to the meeting using, because our meeting is actually ahead of what you're hearing, and the delay will be very confusing. So that number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have anybody who has called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, we have no callers.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public comment period, assuming nobody calls the next few seconds. And back to council. Is there anything else? Council, this is a work session. We're not expected to make definitive, and we can't make definitive question or conclusions or decisions here. Is there anything else for staff? I guess it's my expectation, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, and Chris Kukulski, that the staff will continue on negotiations for this lease, but also trying to address maybe some of these other questions that we've talked about, what it'll look like for the renderings. Would it be possible to shift to the east? Those sorts of things. Just want to have a clear understanding for staff what would happen next. Chris, Kevin, do you want to comment further on anything? Oh, and back to, I apologize, Kevin, Chris will come back to you, but Councilmember Ewald, do you want to add in there?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It sounds like this is pretty important for the future of Billings as far as providing enough electricity to keep things running. Is that right, Roy?
Yes, sir. And not only that, it allows us to have another way to feed the power to the city of Billings that doesn't exist today, so that if something were to happen, we can maintain other critical lines and not have power outages affect anybody. So it's an important infrastructure improvement for the city.
Okay, and we've been hearing over the last couple of weeks about the brownouts and blackouts in California, and I don't know if we'd really like to have that either, which so we got a substation set in there that we really need, and we have to look at it once in a while, but it's part of life. So if you want to turn your electricity off, I guess you can do that. And all you have to do is listen to what's going on there, and it's like, wow. So
yes, it is a necessary thing that we have to have in a modern society, that's for sure.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. So, Roy, just a quick question. Would that swath of land, if you will, moving further east, would that be an issue for Northwest Energy to look into that area?
We did look at that internally. It was just quite a bit more expensive for us to do that. And the main reason is having to deal with the existing 230,000 volt line that went over that property, having to reroute that while we did construction and then dive it down into the substation site. It was quite a bit more expensive. And, you know, just as you folks are responsible with the city's money, we have to be responsible with, you know, our budgets, because ultimately our ratepayers foot the cost of this. And it's something that we have to be wary of, and we have to be able to defend that. So we did look at that site, there, but it just was quite a bit more expensive due to relocating and managing these 230,000 volt lines that are in place. And so those lines are just, you can't take them out of service. You know, you have to leave them hot, and working with them while they're hot, it, requires everybody to increase their costs of doing the work. And so we're doing our best to be responsible with, our ratepayers' money, and we're trying our best to come up with a reasonable solution here. But, I can get back to, certainly you and Kevin with a cost as to what it would add to the project to do this. But, I know that was the answer why we nixed it in the first place.
So okay. I guess that would just be, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, but just to follow up with, telling Jennifer to go look at the acreage and all of that. I mean, if it's something that Northwest Energy isn't at all open to, then I guess it wouldn't make any difference what Jennifer does. So I guess that would be the first line of communication would be with Northwest Energy for the cost of it and just the difference if they're willing to do it.
Yes, thank you. Another issue with the east site, at the airport commission meeting where this was brought up, I raised the issue of access to the Yellowstone Kelly interpretive site. Right now, the only way to get there is along Black Otter Trail with 1 mile from the trailhead located farther to the west. Immediately below the site is the Public Works parking area that's used for snow removal. One thing I would like the city to look into is creating some sort of an potential pedestrian access from Airport Road where people could park closer to the road and then walk straight up to the Yellowstone Kelly interpretive site that would only be a few hundred yards away, rather than having that make that whole mile trip, either on foot or by driving on a very poor road. So I just encourage us to keep that access issue in mind as well. Councilmember Neese, and we'll also then ask Kevin and to comment and Chris. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you. Got a couple of questions, Mayor, regarding that, your access to Yellowstone Kelly. When this project is all done, will the original substation be abandoned and dismantled, or will it continue to operate?
It will be a shadow of its former self, but there will still be equipment there, and there will still be a connection between the old sub and the new sub. But Tom, I would ask that maybe you could expand on that for Councilman Neese, please.
Yeah, Roy, you covered that. We will largely demolish the old substation site, the old wood structures, etc. But there will be a small portion of that does need to remain with probably a fraction of what's there today. But we will still have some equipment there, but we will do a lot there to clean that area up too and work on some of the aesthetics around that older area.
I noticed the road goes from the back of that substation up towards the Yellowstone Kelly interpretive site. So is that something that Northwest would be open to allowing the public access into that parking up there to get access to that site once they secure their remaining equipment?
Yeah, I'll let Roy cover that. I think it's maybe certainly something we could entertain. I will also add that our existing access to the site is up along the rims, along the Yellowstone Kelly access as well. So that the existing access there today does tend to pose a concern for us as well, certainly during emergency times and the public being in there as well. So that's an area that we're interested in getting cleaned up as well.
Yes, and to further that, Councilman Neese, we would change the access to this new sub to be completely on. The main access would be off Airport Road, and we would not be taking trucks down this, Yellowstone Kelly access road. So we would take our truck traffic off that road completely, and would access, most of the time off of the Airport Road, which we would ask MDT for another access point on that Airport Road for our main traffic. And to answer your question too. As I mentioned earlier in this call, there is a couple acre, I think it's 2.5 acre site that we own that does indeed lie at the end of that Boot Hill Road, Black Otter Trail Road, that we could, create a parking area for the public, as long as we would have emergency access at the back of that parking lot, which we would only use in emergency to have another way to get to our substation should something happen with Airport Road access, if it were compromised in some way. But I do believe that this 2 acre site would be a great asset if Mayor Cole and yourself are looking for areas for the public to park. I mean, I think we would have something there that would certainly be worth discussing.
Okay, Mary, just one last question I have for Northwest Energy.
Sure.
Thank you. If the FFA had not approved, said it was okay, and I know that's a higher cost, this is something that needs to be done. So, and if the land to the east was available, would you go ahead and build it there if the site to the west is not available?
I think we would have to look at that, yes.
Okay. It wouldn't be that you would relocate it to a completely different location. You have to do something within that substation area.
We would, and Councilman Neese, it goes back to the same reason that the transmission lines are there, and we have to tap into those lines to create our power loop. And so we're very limited into the options that we have, and that's why we have to. It's key that we put this substation with access to these transmission lines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chris and Kevin, I just asked if staff could look into those parking issues and trail access, both the 2.5 acre piece at the end of Boot Hill, and then also maybe immediately between the Public Works and the existing substation. Both of those by possibilities, sounds like. Kevin, Chris Kukulski, anything else you want to comment on? We need to move on to our next item. Does staff have what it needs?
So I'll throw out 3 items I have, see if Kevin has anything to add to it, and then I think we're probably ready to move on. So kind of stating the obvious, we recognize what I'm hearing from you. We recognize the value and the need for the redundant substation. Some cities would say, no, we don't. Good luck, go find another site. That's not Billings. Thankfully, no longer is Billings. You go ahead and put whatever you want, wherever you want. We want some standards recognizing we're adjacent to trails, rims, and other aesthetic assets in our community. So how can we have both? How can we get the facility so it meets the common sense need that we have in our community? Because none of us want to be without power when something bad happens. And how might we not only minimize its negative visual impact on the adjacent parklands, but also maybe we can get some win-wins out of it because of these adjacent conversations about parking, entrance ways, etc. So those are kind of 3 things I'm hearing. Kevin, I don't know if there's anything you would add to it. You've been much more in the discussions than I have, but that's what I'm taking away from the council's comments.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up. We can take a look at that starting tomorrow and see what we can do.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, then I think we are concluded on item number 3. Roy, Tom, thank you for joining us, and the conversation will continue.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest in the investment.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
With that, then brings us to item number 4, water and wastewater rates. I think Jennifer DeRay will lead our discussion. I'll just turn it over to Jennifer, unless Chris, you've got anything you wanted to lead into this with.
I think based on where we are, a lot of feedback over these past couple of years that Jennifer and I have been listening to of the council, and that's really part of the base of what the staff would have already been looking into, but also augmenting that with the feedback you've given us. So I'll let Jennifer kind of walk her way through it, and hopefully we've covered comments from the last few years to add. So Jennifer.
All right, let me share my screen here. Okay, can everybody see that?
Yeah, Jennifer, it looks good.
Okay, so we're coming to you in the beginning of the process this year. We are out for RFP to hire a rate consultant and then get started on the next water and wastewater rate study. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is really to first provide some background on our existing water and wastewater classes of customers that we have and our rate structures, and then to get some feedback on changes to these classes or rate structures that council would like to see, and then brought back to council for further discussion. So water and wastewater, as I think most of you know, are self-supporting enterprise funds. So the rates and fees are set to recover the cost of providing the services. The funds reimburse the general fund for support services, but there is no subsidy from the general fund. So enterprise funds function as a business, and the utility rates are then user fees rather than taxes, and are designed based on the use or impact that they have to the systems. So we conduct a comprehensive rate study every 2 years to review the costs associated with providing service to our customers. Water and wastewater rate studies have about 4 main components that are shown on this slide. What we do first is determine what our revenue requirements are based on our operating and our capital needs. Then we have to allocate these revenue requirements or costs in a fair and equitable manner. We also have to ensure that they are allocated in a way to conform with state law, which specifies that rates must be reasonable and just, and also related back to the cost of service. So this is why we cannot arbitrarily charge outside users more than inside users, or have a non-residential class subsidize a residential class of customer. We can, however, assign higher rates to certain customers if there are additional costs associated with serving those customers. So that's what we try to do in a rate study. We really make sure that everyone is paying their fair share of the costs. And then we get into the rate design and structures. And rate structures can help promote public policy objectives. And this can be a variety of things. It can help with rate stability, sustainability, conservation, or in some cases, establishing a lifeline rate to help low-income users. Then the last step of the rate process is the analysis of different rate drivers and trends, and then the outreach part, which is really coming back to council, communicating the results and recommendations, and then also a public outreach component. Both water and wastewater rates have two components. The first is a fixed charge, which generally includes system costs that occur regardless of the amount of water used or wastewater discharged. The second component is the volumetric charge. This is also sometimes called the variable charge. And it generally covers the cost of conveying clean water to your house or treating wastewater that goes down the drain. It's really a balancing act to get the right mix of fixed and variable charges. The larger percentage that fixed charges are, the more stable rates are. But fixed charges have zero influence on customers using more or less water. For Billings, we do have the fire protection charge that is also included in our water rates. This charge recovers the cost of water for fighting fires and that extra system capacity that we have to have built into our infrastructure to rapidly deliver the large volume of water to fight a fire. This charge used to be assessed on the county tax statement, and about 7 years ago, we switched that and incorporated the rate into our water rates, and the annual assessment was eliminated. So for water rates, fixed charges are based on the meter size, and most residential properties have 3/4 inch meters. We have an inside City of Billings rate, and we also have an outside City of Billings rate that is about 8% more than the inside fixed charge. The volumetric rates are then set at a rate per consumption unit. And just a couple of reminders about our consumption numbers. We measure consumption in CCFs, which stands for 100 cubic feet. 1 CCF is equal to 748 gallons of water. So the annual homeowner uses 14 CCFs a month, and this is equal to 10,472 gallons. Or about 350 gallons per day. The volumetric rates allocated to each user class are based on capacity. We look at three things. We look at the base capacity, which is the average capacity that users have in a day, the peak day capacity, and the peak hour capacity. So this slide shows the water user classes and the volumetric structures and rates. The Tier 1 residential rate is shown, and you can see that it is higher than the non-residential rate. And it's not that we're picking on residential users, but the rate is higher because the rates are based on capacity. So residential has higher peak day and peak hour capacity. So as most homeowners actually water, they kind of have similar behavior where they water around the same time in the morning, come home at night and use the running water, take a shower at the same time each day. So the demands of homeowners place a lot of large peak demands on our system. So that's accounted for in the rates. Outside city volumetric water rates are higher than inside rates, and the residential outside rate is currently about 4% more than the inside rate. The non-residential outside volumetric rate is about 6% more than the inside rate. The rate structure used for residential water rates is an inclining block structure, and I'll cover more about that on the next slide. Multifamily, non-residential, and seasonal water classes all have a uniform structure, and what this means is that the rate per CCF does not change no matter how much water is used. We also have one contract customer, which is of course Heights Water District, and contract customers are calculated a bit differently. The major difference is really in the way that we handle capital costs. For all the other users of the system, we use a cash needs approach, and they're funding capital projects up front. This is industry standard. For contract customers, we use a utility approach, which is also industry standard. And capital is not allocated to these users until the capital asset is in use. And then once that asset is in use, depreciation and a return on the rate base is included in the rate. Heights Water District can also only be allocated for the costs of the system that they benefit from. They have their own distribution system, so none of the distribution system costs are allocated to the Heights Water District. So when we took a look at the user classes that we have, one class of user that is missing and has been brought up by council in the last couple of years is bulk water resellers. So these are the customers that are inside city limits, but they're selling water to users outside the city, and they get charged the non-residential inside rate because of where they're located. So we plan to include an analysis in the rate study of this bulk water reseller class and hopefully establish a separate cost-based charge for bulk water resellers. The only problem that we're going to run into is that if the bulk water reseller is within the Heights Water District, we cannot charge them a separate rate unless we are able to amend the contract with the Heights Water District at some point. So, like I said, residential customers have an inclining block structure, or sometimes called a tier structure. This is when the unit rate, the rate per CCF, increases for higher levels of usage. So inclining block structures are typically only applied to residential customers because of the consistent usage within the class. And it is the only class where you have the consistent usage patterns. So we've had this type of structure in place for 12 years now, and it's intended to encourage water conservation, which is also good for energy conservation to save electricity on pumping water. It also puts less stress on our infrastructure, and if water demands go down enough, it can actually help delay the capital expenditures for some infrastructure. This type of inclining block structure is really more equitable for residential users, as it assigns the higher capacity costs to the higher demands when they occur. So our first tier structure that we started 12 years ago only had 3 tiers. And this first tier was set at 0 to 4 CCFs. It was set that way as sort of a lifeline rate, in which it was a low rate for a limited amount of water just to cover basic needs. However, there were constant complaints about this, as it was near impossible for the majority of users to stay within tier 1. Even during the winter and only doing that inside watering, they couldn't stay within that 0 to 4 CCFs. And so they quickly went into the second tier, and that second tier was set with rates only 8% higher than the first tier. So it really didn't result in residential users trying to lower their consumption to stay in tier 1. Studies have shown that it's 20% is kind of the magic number of what you should set your tiers at to actually try to influence consumer behavior in watering. So tier 2 also didn't allow for average lawn watering needs. So the other complaint was that we were trying to encourage brown lawns. That's what they kept trying to tell us. Some cities do that, as you know, but that's not actually what we were trying to do, and it wasn't one of city council's policies or goals at the time. So the tier structure didn't even align with council goals. So 6 years ago, we changed the tier structure. We added a 4th tier, and we ensured that we set our rates at at least 20% higher than the previous tier to influence conservation. And then the other goal that council gave us was to try to even out summer and winter billing a bit more. So tier 1 is currently set at 0 to 14 CCFs. So, and it was set this way to allow for the average annual water use, which is also 14 CCFs. This would include 6 CCFs of the average indoor water use and some minimal outdoor watering. So we haven't yet calculated where our current bills fall, but 2 years ago, it was 49% of summer bills were able to stay within tier 1. Tier 2 is set at 15 to 43 CCFs, and this allows for what we call prudent lawn watering of 37 CCFs plus the 6 CCFs for indoor watering. Prudent lawn watering was based on the average property size for Billings and watering of 1.5 inches per week. So then our third tier was set at 44 to 100 CCFs, and during the summer months, 13% of bills do get into the tier 3 range. So tier 4 rates are actually 50% higher than the tier 3 rates, so you really have to want to water to get into tier 4. Very few users ever get to tier 4, as you'd have to use about 75,000 gallons of water per month just to reach tier 4 base. So we're bringing this to you because over the past couple of years, we've heard a couple council members suggest that we should look at changing our tier structure. We're looking for some direction on that tonight. If a majority of council does indeed want us to look at alternative tier structures, and if so, what do you want the structure to achieve? So this will help us narrow down the scope of work when we negotiate a contract with our selected consultant. And however we set tier structures, though, the bottom line is that we'll have to set it so that we meet our revenue requirements for residential water. So this means that if we were, for example, going to lower the tier 1 rate or narrow that down, it'd have to be made up for in other tiers. So on to wastewater, and I know that was a lot on water, so I promise wastewater is going to be a lot quicker. So again, fixed charges are charged the same. It's based on meter size. We do also have a City of Billings rate and an outside City of Billings rate for wastewater that is about 10% more than the inside fixed charged. The volumetric rate is again per CCF, but for wastewater, the rates are based on both capacity and strengths of the flows. We also don't meter wastewater, except for metering it for our contract customers. So wastewater flows are based off of water consumption. And then to be as equitable as possible, we winter quarter average the water flows for residential users, multifamily, and public buildings. So what this means is that we base the wastewater flows for the entire year on the previous year average winter use. So this ensures that all of the summer lawn watering that does not come back to the wastewater plant is also not charged for in the wastewater rates. So the first table on this slide shows the wastewater user classes and the volumetric rates. We just went to strength-based rates last year, and we didn't have a lot of data yet to distinguish one class of user from another class. So currently the rates are all the same, except for high strength rates are more than double the other rates. And those rates did increase substantially last year when we did go to the strength-based rates. So we will be able to take a closer look at these strengths for customer classes in the upcoming rate study and possibly adjust these rates and set them differently for different classes. We have 3 contract customers for wastewater: Lockwood, Phillips 66, and Exxon. And again, the contract customers are calculated using the utility method, just like they are for the Heights Water District. And that's different than the cash need basis than the other users are set at. We also have a septage rate for trucked waste that comes in from waste dump station. And city code specifies that this septage has to be pumped from septic tanks situated inside Yellowstone County. It does not specify that it has to be within the city of Billings limits. So thus, it's a similar issue that we have to the bulk water resellers, and that we are taking in and treating waste from outside of city of Billings limits. So the rate that they pay isn't cheap. In fact, it increased by, I think it was about 31% last year when we switched to strength-based rates. But we still want to take a closer look at this issue and the rate aspect of it. And then the other item that we want to look on the wastewater side is possibly taking a look at how our high strength customers, our policies, and possibly incorporating a FOG rate. And FOG is fats, oil, and grease. It causes a ton of problems in our system. You will see a FOG project in our upcoming 5-year CIP. And as we do more to proactively manage these FOG issues, we want to ensure that our rates match our cost of treatment in these areas. So that's a really quick and dirty version of our rate history and where we're at now. As a reminder, the feedback and direction we're looking for tonight is summarized on this slide. So for water, we want to include a look at a rate for bulk water resellers in the rate study. And we'd like direction on if there are other user classes you would like us to analyze, and if you desire changes to the tier structure. If you do want tier structure changes, what goal or policy objective do you really want the rates to help you promote? For wastewater, we're planning on incorporating analysis of septage rates and high strength rates into the rate study. And we are looking for direction on if there are other wastewater policy objectives you would like us to include in the rate study as well. So I will stop sharing here and turn it over to council for discussion.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. That's a lot to, I was going to say chew on, but that's not a pleasant image. So a lot to think about. Council Member Purington and Council Member Brown.
I have two questions, Jennifer. What is a high strength customer? Who is that, or what is it?
So high strength customers are often industrial customers, or restaurants are often high strength. They have higher, what we measure the strength in is BOD, biochemical oxygen demand, and then also total suspended solids, which is just how it sounds. So we measure the strengths in those ways, and restaurants are kind of, and breweries too we're finding are becoming our high strength customers.
Great, thank you.
Jennifer, are those actually tested, or is it done as an entire class?
So we have some customers who have pre-treatment agreements because of the kind of business that they have, and those customers are actually tested. The rest of them are done as a class or periodic testing.
A follow-up,
okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor?
Sure, Councilmember Purington.
So what came to mind when you were talking about the wastewater especially, there's a lot of development outside of the city limits in the county with some of these large subdivisions, large homes, and it's my understanding that they are on septic. So do we get that water? How is that water processed? The wastewater from the septics in the county?
So the septic that we get is usually from the septic dump stations that are, often used for RV dumping. That's typically what we use, but anybody that dumps within the city of Billings does not have to be a city of Billings resident, obviously. So that's why we're saying we do get those outside rates from or waste from those users.
But I'm talking about the homes that are in Yellowstone County outside of the city limits that have cisterns or septics. I think that's a term that you use interchangeably. Because they have the trucks that come through and they empty those. periodically? Where does that go? The waste from those septic tanks.
I think Chris had wanted to interject here.
So Jennifer, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, Councilmember Parrington, I mean, years go by. My understanding generally is it's years between times that those septic systems are pumped. So if you literally have a functioning septic system, X so many years, yes, you will have it pumped out. You'll bring it to our plant and May or maybe Laurel. And that's one of the rates I want us to look at. What are we charging for that? Many of the neighborhoods, though, I think you're talking about are more and more using what they commonly kind of refer to as engineered systems. So I don't know technologically if they ever have to be pumped out or how, if we ever see them in the near term. But one of the areas Jennifer and I highlight on both the water side and the wastewater side is there a methodology to trying to recoup and discourage, frankly, the kind of usage that goes on with development outside the city. To some degree, I doubt our rates will be much of a disincentive, but I think you guys have made the point very well. There should not be an incentive to doing that type of development outside the city.
Okay. Councilor Peertip, that answered your questions. Are there, Councilor Brown, you got a question?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, all this information is great, and I know that we need to do a study and adjust rates and all that kind of stuff. But one of the questions I have is, within these rates, I mean, we've got the parks, we've got the fire department when they put out fires and all that kind of stuff. Do these rates include replacing sewer lines, replacing water lines, all of that kind of stuff that are already in, or is that charged differently? I get really nervous when we start talking about lowering rates and doing all of that when we're looking at 190 years to get all of our stuff caught up to where it should be. And, but I don't know honestly what's all included in these fees that we're talking about right now.
So, Councilmember Brown, what we're talking about right now is just the current fees. And yes, the replacement of water and wastewater lines are included in our rates. But you're correct that they're not included at a high enough amount. It is a 180-year replacement period, which we're asking our pipes to last a long time, and they're not going to last 180 years. But we have tried to hold rates down, and maybe inappropriately. We are going to be looking at a couple different options in the upcoming rate study as to what will happen to the rates if we actually get those types of replacements at levels that they're needed, or maybe even slowly getting to that level. But we are going to plan to include that in the upcoming study.
Okay, just a comment there is, we always see the costs of what Billings is charging versus, our peer cities within Montana even, and we're never even in the middle of the pack. There's nothing wrong with being in the middle of the pack. And I just really encourage that we do look at that, Jennifer, and, what would it take for us to gradually at least build up to a reasonable amount of replacements and things like that. I think that's just vital going forward. We can't keep going further and further in the hole as we grow.
Yes, Councilmember Brown, I agree. We are also, with our asset management program that we are doing, we're trying to find ways of maybe shifting. Maybe we're doing too much in one area and trying to shift so that we're not always just asking for rate increases. But we're looking at all of that.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excuse me for this very ugly question. I can't form it very well. The bulk water resale customers. So if we have a customer and they're outside of our water they're buying their bulk water outside of the city. Are the customers who are buying that bulk water actually paying the costs for that water? So you said that, so our water customer in the Heights is not paying, I'm sure you used capital needs basis, but are they paying the actual cost? So if the water is lifted from our water treatment all the way up to the top of the rims, when those customers are buying that water, are they actually paying for the maintenance and the actual lift of the water up?
So, Councilmember Joy, yes and no. We do not set our rates by zone. We've never done that. We could look at it. It's much more complicated, and what you end up with is one area of Billings is going to pay a different amount than a different area of Billings. It's often been asked, why don't we do that for the areas really close to the treatment plant or the water plant? But the reality is then a lot of the replacement costs that we have are in those areas too. So what we do is we set overall system costs, and the cost of pumping everywhere in the system is allocated to our users.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown, really hit on what was going to be the point of what I said, which was one of the things, which was, we need to make sure we're adequately recouping these costs. 180 years for a pipe sounds just bonkers to me. I can't imagine that anything would last anywhere near that long. The other thing I wanted to throw into the discussion was, and I just truly don't know about this, is it possible to charge developers impact fees? Is that happening for wastewater and sewer water? Okay, I see nodding heads. So that's already, we didn't see that in this slideshow, but that's particularly highlighted, but that's already calculated at a normal rate that's covering the costs, kind of going to what Councilmember Joy said, it's covering the cost of what it costs, especially this development on the outskirts.
Yes, Councilmember Shaw, I probably should have included something in the presentation, but the system development fees or impact fees that we charge for both water and wastewater, there's specific state statutes that we have to comply with. So we will set those SDFs and calculate them again in this rate study based on our next 10 years and what we have coming up.
Got it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple questions for you, Jennifer. The first one is these bulk rate users, they're paying less to start with than what we are, and they aren't on a tier system at all, right? They can use as many gallons as they want at that lowest rate, and there's no higher rate for them. Is that right?
Councilmember Ewald, yes, they are considered non-residential users, so it's just one uniform rate.
So they're really getting a really neat benefit out of the city of Billings, and we're subsidizing non-resident users by doing that. So that just, I think we're going to have to work on something to get a tier system if we can't charge them more, because everybody in Billings has to pay a tier system. If you use more gallons, you got to pay more. And that's just it's just not fair as far as I'm concerned. And then I noticed on the wastewater, the resident people pay $360 per CCF, and the outside city people pay $360. Is that right?
Councilmember Ewald, that is correct. There is no different rate for the volumetric part. The fixed rate, there's a different rate for the outside users, but on the volumetric side, it is set the same. We've studied that twice now to see if there's anything in our costs that we can attribute to these outside users and charge a higher rate. But both times it has come back to it comes back to the same rate as the inside users. And I think part of this reason is that we have 25 customers. It's 25 wastewater users that are outside the city of Billings. So I just don't think there's the volume there. And strengths differences that would attribute to a different rate for them. We can study it again in the next rate study, but it affects very few users.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer posed 4 specific questions. I'm going to just ask us, and we'll go to Councilmember Neese here just a minute. But on the first one was whether staff, as I understand it, should be looking at a specific charge for those bulk resale or bulk water resellers. I haven't heard in these questions anything that makes me doubt that wouldn't be a good idea for staff to at least look at. In the desire to try to give some clarity to staff, is there anybody who would like to take issue with that? Or should we cross that one off the list and give direction to staff that, yes, please do? Anybody want to disagree with that? Councilmember Boyette, or no, okay, you just going thumbs up there. So, and feel free to come back to that issue if you change your mind or want to comment further, but just with the goal of giving staff some direction. Jennifer, put a check by that one if you can. And with that, Councilmember Neese, I believe you had your hand up, right?
Yes, I did, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
Jennifer, this is going back to the conversation you just had with Frank about the outside users are not given a surcharge, and you have to look for something, I guess, to charge them for. But don't we in wastewater charge like a 5%? Aren't we allowed by state statute to surcharge or to have some type of profit, if you would, that we can charge them? Is that something we can't do on these?
Councilmember Neese, we can in the area of solid waste because there's not any specific state statutes that disallow that. But on the water side, they're and wastewater, they're much more specific. And it specifically says in state code that it has to go back to the cost of serving those customers.
So this is something we need to go to our state legislators and say, if we're supplying services to outside our city, we need to get them to allow us to charge more for them. Yes, Councilmember Neese, and a few years ago, when we first implemented the increase in rates for the volumetric water side, because we didn't have a differential on that one either. So I can't remember exactly when it was. I think about 6 years ago, we increased the outside rates for water, and it was based on a cost of services rate study, though, that we did that for. And the Montana Consumer Council immediately contacted us to let us know that we couldn't charge more for outside. We went back with our cost of service study and told them how we did it, and we haven't heard from them again, but they do watch these things. Okay. And then another quick question for you. You mentioned RV dump stations. How many are those in the city, and are they charged? Is there anything we do different with those? What's preventing a septic tank just pulling up to them and dumping it for $10 or something like that over at the town pump or wherever it may be?
So Councilmember Neese, it's haulers that pick up from those sites, and they bring it directly to the wastewater plant and dump there. So that's what we charge the septic charge for. Okay, but what about the RV dump stations? The haulers pick up from those sites. So they
go right in. Don't they go right in the city sewer?
I believe that they are pumped out and hauled.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions or direction for staff? Going back then maybe to on the water side first, the second question was possible changes to the tiered system, this block system that gets more expensive. Are there suggestions from staff or for staff on how to tinker with that, or does anybody want to scrap it completely or just want to endorse the current structure? Reminder, anything needs to be revenue neutral overall because they still have to cover the same costs. So we can rob Peter to pay Paul, but somebody gets robbed. Councilmember Neese and the Councilmember Purington.
Yeah, that is something I would like to see have us a tier under tier one, something to encourage lower water use. Right now, I think at 14 CFMs, it's like a little over 10,000 gallons. I know I'm not probably average user, but I mean I use maybe 3,000 to 4,000 a month. And I think that if there's other people out there that want to conserve, and if we could look at conserving water in certain ways, 10,000 gallons a month or 14 CFM. Most people don't know what CCFs are, but I think if we have something that kind of helps people realize what measurements we're doing, it would be nice to see us, kind of translate that to gallons. But I think that we need a lower rate to reward those who are actually conserving.
With a corresponding increase of rates
yes,
for the rest of us.
It has to balance so that people realize and they can conserve. I mean, right now, I pulled the Heights Water District, and they go up to 20,000, but their rates are $4.27 a gallon versus ours work out to be $3.19 a gallon. So our rates are actually less than a Heights Water District in that respects, but at the same time, I think, again, Jennifer, better, but if our average users are only 14 CFMs, well, what we want to try and do is reward people if it's going to reduce the amount of wear and tear on the services and let's find tiers that are actually going to encourage people to get under the average a little bit more, and then even whatever that next, if your family 2 is going to be only at say 5,000 or 6,000, let's do something to let those people get under it. And then if you got a family 4 that's going to be at 15,000, well then, maybe the 14 is a good break point for them to kind of help them conserve. But I don't know if we do an average on the entire city, the whole city average is 14. Well, sure, a family 4 is going to say, no way, I'm not going to get there, or family 6 is not going to get there. But family 2, it's why conserve anything, because, I can use all I want and still be under the 14.
Okay. Council, so if I'm understanding, not necessarily increasing above that, but making another tier in the 0 to call it 7 or 10, something where there's an incentive to work down to that level of usage.
Yes, because if we think about this rate, the rates are being used as a policy to help conserve water, then I think we should you look at those usages to try to help people who can conserve water conserve as much as.
And I think Jennifer said about 49% are in that 0 to 14 category. So what you're saying is roughly half the people don't have an incentive to get below 14. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw, you had your hand up. Is that true?
I did, but I think Councilmember Purinton was before me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Purinton?
Thanks, Kendra. I agree with Roy on this tiered structure. And one of the things I was going to ask Jennifer, it's been a while since I've looked at my water bill, to tell you the truth. My husband shows it to me, but I don't study it. So does it show on the water bill what your usage is and what tier that you're in?
Councilmember Purinton, it shows what your water usage is, and it should have a graph on there that shows a comparison to previous years. It does not show what tier you are in. If you use our Water Smart system online, it can give you a much better idea of your usage. It can give you daily usage if you want to look at it. And you can even get alerts, set your alerts to get notified if you go into a different tier, and you can control your usage much better that way.
Okay. And just one other question, Mr. Mayor. Did we not, during the budget, was this part of the discussion that we increased the rates at a rate of 2%? Was that what that discussion was for the budget?
Councilmember Purinton, the rates for water and wastewater are set every 2 years. So the rate increase for both went into effect the prior year. And we didn't have this discussion during this budget process.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Mayor, I thought you did a good job of trying to summarize the question before. So I think we were asked if, there are any particular policy goals that we wanted to be pursued through these policies. And I actually agree with Councilmember Neese that I think a water conservation policy, as we decide that, and then if we turn it back over to staff, you guys figure out how to do that, correct? But if we can all agree that that's the goal, to incentivize conservation, and perhaps that means creating a different category, is that enough information kind of? I mean, I'm also asking all of council, like yay, nay, straw poll. But for staff, is that kind of enough information to go on?
Councilmember Shaw, yes, that's exactly what we're looking for, is to get an idea of what you're trying to achieve, and then staff, along with our rate experts, will figure out how to do that.
So can we do a straw poll of who would support kind of what Councilmember Neese suggested of exploring a water conservation tier and what that might look like?
I just to clarify, we already have that. I mean, that's definitely what this block arrangement does, is it discourages larger users. But I think what you're talking about is looking for other ways to do that better and more so. And Councilmember Neese specifically mentioned breaking up Tier 1 into Tier 1A and 1B, or whatever we want to call it. Yeah, I mean, does anybody want to disagree with that? We've already established as a community the goal of water conservation. That's what clearly this tier structure is intended to do. But any further, anybody want to disagree with that, and or suggest, as Councilmember Neese has specific ways to accomplish that? Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I didn't realize that it didn't show the tiers on the water bill. I don't get city water. I'm one of those that have to use Heights water, but I think it would be really smart to put the tiers with a bar graph for each tier and the price, and then like a red dot on there, how many gallons you use that month. People don't know that there's different tiers and how much it is. They just pay their water bill, but maybe someone would look at that and go, well, if I had just watered less one day, I would have been in the next lower tier. But if they don't know where the tiers are, it doesn't do them any good. And they're not going to go on the computer and go, okay, I got to go to the water department and see what the tiers are. It should be, I don't think it would be that tough to put it on the bill, would it, Jennifer? And show them where they fit in the tier?
Councilmember Ewald, I think it'd be tougher than maybe what you think. We obviously can do anything with enough money. So we would just need to get with our vendor and make sure that we know what those costs are before we change that, but we could certainly look into that.
I think it'd be worth it.
Thank you. I think it's an obvious, a very important point. If we're trying to incentivize people, they have to have the knowledge. They have to know where they're at. Otherwise, they just pay the bill. They have no idea either how you do that or the complications. But obviously, that's a very important goal. Councilmember Chiriki?
I would just add that you need to have a lot of different tiers in there so that so that the fluctuation that happens becomes something that's attainable. Part of the problem right now is that with 3 tiers, the amount of change you have to do is too large. To put 10 tiers in there probably would make it something that's, that you could do, but it may actually become too hard to do on the on the business side of it. So I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I certainly support trying to make it better.
Jennifer, are there limits on the number of tiers? Because Councilmember Chiriki and Councilmember Ewald are basically making the same point. The goal has to be achievable and visible. are there reasons not to have more tiers?
Mayor Cole and council, I think the reason that you wouldn't want to have, say, 10 tiers is that you want your rates to be transparent and you also want them to be easy to understand. And right now with our 4 tiers, it's already a little bit difficult to portray to some customers how it works. I've seen 5-tier systems, but I don't think we want to go above 5 tiers just for that simplicity and that easy to understand aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. Chris Kukulski and then Councilor Bernice.
So here's 2 ideas I've heard you guys express from a policy perspective. One is for us, and as we look at this next set of 2-year rates, look to investigate whether that lower tier should be split in half or split in some logical way based on the data. Secondly, is there a simple way through the utility system and or our app that's out there to really help people understand where they are so that they can make a difference? So we haven't heard anyone speak against that. So we can make that a part of our review. The second one, and thank you, Councilmember Brown and others who stated it. Yeah, a pipe will not last 190 years. My understanding is they last 75 to 85 if they're properly installed, built, etc. So I really appreciate us looking at maybe a 5-year phase in, or what would it take to phase in a rate structure that actually gets pipe replacement in a reasonable time period for the pipe. Those are 2 critical. I guess the third one, I haven't heard anyone speak against the notion that we want to disincentivize outside city cistern fillers and septic dumpers. Now, I suspect we can't make that rate high enough to where it actually changes their behavior, but what the heck? We should make it as high as we reasonably can, because we're kind of incentivizing it, which is foolish. And then lastly, I would tell you on it's same thing when we get into the solid weight rate. We need to be careful what we ask for legislatively. The tendency tends to be not, oh, let's help the city find a way to recoup money. It tends to be, let's find a way to put some rules in place to make sure the city doesn't get us. So just be conscientious of that as we talk about the other things. Those are 3 things I've heard so far, I think, in the policy side of it. Are we missing one, Jennifer or Mayor, that Jennifer asked us to drill into?
High strength rates and fog rates. Is there anybody in favor of fat, oil, and grease? I do eat at McDonald's a lot. So Jennifer, if this impacts the cost of my Happy Meal, I'm again it. But nobody else seems to be objecting. So I don't know what you would mean. You'd be talking about higher. I mean, you're already charging higher rates based on strength, right? So what else would you do there?
So we need to look at a couple different things. One is just being a little bit more proactive about checking the grease traps at, say, McDonald's and other places around town. And then we need to recoup those costs of being more proactive. So it might be in a permit type thing or an annual inspection fee, or it might be something in the rates for those users, but we just want to investigate that.
Okay. Anybody want to speak against that or comment? Councilmember Neese, go ahead.
Well, I'll speak for it, but it is going to impact the restaurant industry as far as higher costs and things like that, because if we're starting to charge annual some type of fee to check their grease traps, I would guess I would look to that industry to maybe help somehow self-regulate that so the city doesn't have to do that, because that could, again, it's going to drive up the costs. They're suffering now with the COVID, so I hate to put additional burden on them and the businesses, but at the same time, I sure don't want them dumping the grease down the drain to get into the city, wastewater. So, but Mayor, I did have that other question you didn't come back to me on, and I just want to address that real quick, Jennifer.
Sure, go ahead. No, Councilor Tricky.
Thanks. Like Frank, I get Heights Water, but I get my bill and it tells me exactly how many gallons I've used. So I know if I'm high or low, if I got a leaky toilet, something like that. If it goes up, I can actually see that. But on CFMs, does the city actually do CFMs or does it do gallons? If it does just CFMs, I mean, that's 780 gallons for the needle to move. You're never going to see the usage on it. So I would hope that we do gallons, and if we can maybe somehow do gallons on the bills we send to the residents, again, that gives them more knowledge of what they're actually using.
So Councilmember Neese, no, we do it in CCFs. Every meter that we have in our system is a CCF meter. So that's how it's read and that's how it's reported.
Is there any way on the bill, when they produce the bill, to do a quick conversion so they can see it in gallons? Even though we charge it and measure it in CCFs, we can present it in gallons so they can actually, it's a more of an understandable number.
Councilmember Neese, again, we can, it's something that we can check on.
Okay.
Figure out what the cost of implementing that would be and then report back to see if we want to continue and go on and change that.
So Mayor, trying to keep us moving, I know Councilor Tricky is going to comment. If no one, I don't know why anybody would be opposed to Jennifer and I looking into in this rate analysis what the higher strength issues are. You're not setting the rate tonight. We're just getting that information so we can bring it back to you. And unless we put the local breweries out of business, I suspect maybe but if we cross that line, then we're going to hear about it. But
yeah, no, I agree, Chris. Nobody seems to be voicing any objection to that. So we're counting on you to use your good judgment on all these items. Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Brown.
I do want to push you to be more as specific as you possibly can on things like the grease traps and stuff like that. When you're not specific, the costs of these things are being shared across the entire community. So we are paying for that the grease stuff that's being in there. But if you're not going to McDonald's and you're going to a vegetarian restaurant that doesn't have that doesn't do that, then you're basically subsidizing Mayor Cole's
addiction.
So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, good point. Councilmember Brown.
Chris hit my comment, so I'm good.
Okay. Is anything else that we have not covered from staff? And just a reminder, we still need to open it up for public comment, where people will be given an opportunity to call that number 237-6196. If you're listening and you do want to comment, you might write that number down, 237-6196, because I think we're getting close to public comment period. Anything else before we go to public comment? Okay, then let's open it for public comment. This is your time. Please call now if you'd like to be heard. That number again, 237-6196. And yes, that's a Montana area code. 237-6196. And it's to be heard on the possible reconfiguration of water and wastewater rates that we've been discussing. We're about a minute ahead, so please turn off your television or your computer. And we'll ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes or less and state your name and address at the beginning of your remarks. Denise, do we have any callers to 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I am not hearing anybody calling in.
Okay, we've delayed a while there, so I'll close the public comment period on item number 4. Staff, Jennifer, Chris, do you have what you need, or do you want to pose another specific question for council?
Mayor and Council, I think I have the information I need.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on then to item number 5, last item of our regular agenda, annual encroachment assessments. Jennifer DeRay, it's been a long time since we've spoken, but good to see you again. If you want to start us off on this one, go ahead.
Got to share first here. All right, so switch to the fascinating world of encroachments. Start here, and what we're talking about by encroachment is any privately owned structure that is in the right-of-way. So there are many different types of encroachments. Some of the primary ones that we see are awnings, fences, restaurant patios that are placed on the sidewalk, signs, and underground conduit. Because the right-of-way is generally dedicated to the movement of vehicles and pedestrians, and it is also where public utilities are often located, we carefully consider all encroachments that come to the engineering division to ensure the safety and the accessibility of the right-of-way. So we have a permit process for encroachments, and a permit fee is collected with the encroachment application to cover the cost of processing the application. The permit fee is included on the right-of-way permit resolution that was approved back in June, and it's not the subject of tonight's presentation. So if an encroachment is allowed and the permit is issued, then the encroachment is assessed annually on the property tax statement for the annual rental of the right-of-way. And this is what we're talking about tonight, is that second part, the annual assessment. So one encroachment that we do not assess is the awnings and canopies in the central business district. And these encroachments were waived by council back in 1986 to not discourage the use of these structures. Council would have to revoke this resolution at a future meeting if you wish to change that. Currently, we bill 179 properties for encroachments annually. These assessments range anywhere from 45 cents to $2,813, with the median assessment being $30. So while there are some larger assessments, the majority of them are under $100 per year. We collect about $27,000 annually, and our current rate and methodology has been in place since 1985. So we have assessed $1 per square foot per year for the past 35 years. So we obviously wanted to change what we're doing and change the rates. So what we did was we looked at what other cities were doing and how they're assessing. So one method that is used is to assess by the taxable land value. The taxable land value is then divided by the square footage of the lot to get a value per square foot. And then you multiply this by the square footage of the encroachment. Some cities that use this have a minimum or maximum value that it's applied to the encroachment, and some use percentage of the taxable value, such as 50% or 80%. When I first was researching this, I really like this idea as it incorporates the market value to get a fair right-of-way rental price. However, it's much more labor intensive to administer, and the assessments actually come out really high, especially downtown where the land values are fairly high. So some cities also do just what we do and have a specified amount per square foot. The average amount of the rate that cities are using for this method is $1.44, and that's just of the cities that we surveyed. So other cities use a specified amount for each type of encroachment. For example, a fence might be $150, a sign is $50. Really easy to administer this method, but it really does not take into account the size of the encroachment and ultimately the impact to the right-of-way. The method I like best is a tier system in which encroachments are categorized by the level of impact they have to the right-of-way. The square footage rates are set by category then, with the highest impact categories having a higher square footage rate. This method is also fairly easy to administer. So we calculated just a few of our encroachments using various methodologies, and I'll walk through just a couple of these on this slide. I'll start with the patio, the outdoor patio located at 111 North 28th. That's the fourth one down there. So the current amount is $388 annually when assessed at $1 per square foot. So if you stick with the current methodology, but increase the rate to $1.50 per square foot, the annual assessment then goes to $582. If you assess this at 50% of the taxable value, the amount goes to $6,900 per year. So when based on tiers, with this encroachment falling into tier 2, if we just had a 2-tier system, the second tier is assessed at $2 per square foot. The annual amount is $776. So now I'll skip down to a lower impact or a really low impact encroachment. The underground conduit located on the very bottom of the slide. So right now that assessment is $273.34 a year. If we increased the per square footage amount, it would be $410 a year. And if we assessed by 50% of the taxable value, it'd be $4,523 for that encroachment assessment. So assessing this conduit by the tier method with the encroachment falling into tier 1 category at $1.20 per square foot would make this assessment amount $328. So what we are recommending is a tier structure with only 2 tiers. Encroachments either fall into tier 1 and have minimal impact to the right-of-way, or they fall into tier 2 and have a major impact to the right-of-way. So really these were looked at as tier 1 structures, the right-of-way is still usable, completely usable, whereas tier 2 impact is not usable anymore for that impact. So the tier 1 recommended amount is $1.20 per square foot. It includes things like awnings, overhanging signs, and underground conduit. The tier 2 rate is recommended at $2 per square foot and would include structures in the right-of-way, patios on the sidewalks, fences. So this change would bring in an additional $21,000 in revenue. We do recognize that we're in the middle of a pandemic and many of the property owners with encroachments have been hit hard financially. So we have, though, put this increasing off for 35 years. So pandemic or not, it may be time to actually bite the bullet and actually increase these rates. And the actual impact, as you saw on the last slide, is not as great as it might sound when we're doubling the rate for some of these. So the annual assessments have to be approved at the September 28th council meeting to get on the tax statements this year. If council wants to increase the rates this year, we will also have a resolution at the September 28th meeting to revise the encroachment fees. So that's short and sweet on this one. I'm going to stop sharing and turn it over to council.
Okay, that's a lot. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Ewald.
So Jennifer, can you explain to me what these fees are used for? Are they banked? I'm assuming that if we have to do something in that right of way, then we're taking down a fence or something like that, and that's what that money is for. Is that correct?
Councilmember Brown, they're actually considered a rental fee. So people are, if a restaurant is using that part in front of their restaurant on their patio to expand their business, they're renting that part from us. So the fees right now go back into the engineering fund. And engineering is an internal service fund. So what it does for all the fees that come back is lower the amounts that they have to charge for project costs and other things.
Okay, so to me, this sounds like we're just out after more money, without any real reason for it. I'm not understanding, I guess, why we would be increasing these when it has no impact on us one way or the other. It sounds like that they're encroaching.
Yeah, Councilmember Brown, and I think that may be why it wasn't looked at for so long, was it wasn't really a big impact. But obviously, if we're looking at this as a rental of our right of way and it's impacting pedestrians and it's impacting traffic, people should be paying a fair market value for that area that they're in. So charging the same rate for 35 years is not achieving that. So we're trying to change that now to come more in line with a fair market value.
Okay, I guess I'll have to do some more research on my own, because it just sounds like that's just us collecting a pot of money for almost nothing. And I don't think that's correct thinking, but it just sounds to me that that's exactly what it is. So I'll do some offline research and figure out why.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Boyette. Councilmember Neese, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Ewald, who we recognize you? I don't think so. I think Councilmember Ewald.
Yep. I want to defer to city manager. He had his hand up, and then I'll ask my questions.
Okay, Chris, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Two things on our end. I'll acknowledge we actually I've not thought about where the money goes. So I think we should talk about that internally. The bigger driver to me is the issue that you do have, what if everybody downtown wanted to use the sidewalk? There's a lot of value to that walk. So I think there is an equity issue that we do need to be thinking about, because some are using it. They're using it for a fair amount of the square footage of their business. And the public's being compensated very, very little for it, next to nothing. Now, and then the last reminder, and we'll listen here, is council members have been bringing this up recently for at least the past 18 months, saying, we want you to look into this differently. So thanks. Okay, thank you very much. Councilor Brewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, you had a parking lot on King Avenue West that's on public ground. Where is that? It said 2883 or something like that. 1,000 square feet.
Let me look here real quick. That is Famous Dave's.
So they're on public ground. Their city's got public ground there?
They are encroaching into the right of way. So they received their permit for that area. It's 1,000 square feet that they're intruding into the right of way that they pay for.
Okay, so I don't have any problems with raising the prices like you did it, but I would also want to see incorporated into it like a 5% increase per year or every 2 years, so that it gradually goes up and we don't sit here and wait for 35 years to raise it again. And the other question I got is underground. Why do you charge encroachment on underground? It doesn't interfere with public at all.
Yeah, Councilmember Neese, for your first point, I agree. We need to have this assessment on our radar and be increasing them with market rates every year, just like we do all of our other assessments and fees. And for conduit, it's typical to charge for conduit because they're still in our right of way. So there's still liability to the city and they're still using that space.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we had, I believe, Councilmembers Boyette, Neese, and Ronning also had their hands up. So, Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, one of the things I've studied throughout history is when we send a check out to someone for 10 cents, it costs us more money to generate the check to send it out. In this case, we had one for 45 cents. I would recommend that we have at least a minimum charge of some $5 or something, just so that you're not wasting your time for 45 cents. Realizing there may not be very many of those, but maybe just have a minimum charge to start with.
Councilmember Ewald, or Councilmember Boyette, sorry. Yes, we could definitely implement a minimum charge. There's a lot of cities that do that, say a minimum $10 charge. It does go on your annual tax statement, so at least we're not doubling up on the mailing of these bills, so saving money there. I think the 45-cent encroachment, and I'd have to check, but we have a few encroachments that are then split over several different tax codes, and that's where you get the 45 cents.
Okay, I doubt anybody's going to disagree with that important point. Councilmember Neese, Ronning, and then Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jennifer, yeah, I'm one of those who brought this up several times, and I think when you looked at your numbers and you did the calculations per square foot, a lot of these businesses are businesses. They're there to make money. They're renting their places. They're probably paying 17, 18, 20, whatever it is per square foot in their lease right now. I think your calculations were anywhere from 16 to 17 a square foot on that market value number. The quick numbers that I did calculations on, that's market rent. And so I like that method better. However, I don't think we can just turn it on tomorrow and do it. I think it should be phased in over a longer period of time. But some of those encroachments I know are things like the horses and the goats that are around town. So I like the idea of your tiers where you have low impact and high impact. I would think maybe the low impact are the ones that are kind of benefiting the city. I mean, when our kids were little, we'd walk around downtown and take a look at the horses and the goats, and that's the benefit to the city. And so sure, there's a little bit of encroachment there. And so that I think should be a very low impact and not really be charged. They shouldn't be charged for that because they're bringing a benefit. But on the parking, they're taking parking downtown. They're taking, seating downtown to make profit on their business. Then I think and it's a high impact. I think they really should be charged more of a market rent. And so I would like to see your structures like you're doing, like the tier 1 and tier 2, but I think I'd like to see that tier 2 be more geared to get to that market rent of what the downtown is. Maybe use an average cost of rent factor downtown and maybe give a small discount to it. And then again, I don't agree that we should do it overnight. I think it may be a 5-year phase-in period, a little bit every year till we get up to that market rent. And then every year when we do our market rent study, we know what the rates are going to be, and everyone else knows what the rates are.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning, then Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I guess 2 points. I really want to make it clear that the public understands this money that would be coming in if we increase this. This doesn't go to the general fund. This does nothing to help the general fund budget that we've got. So this goes back into public works, the enterprise funds, or whatever. I guess I would like to know, similar to Sean, what's the public benefit for these increased rates? And I guess I would like to know a very specific benefit that's going to occur and how the public is going to benefit. You had mentioned something about, I think you had said something like deferring costs for engineering. I guess I would really want to know what the specific benefit's going to be to the public to increase these rates. I'm not saying I'm against increasing the rates. I'm just saying I would like a clearer picture on what the benefit's going to be to the public.
So Councilmember Ronning, I think 2 things. One is we don't want to encourage more structures in the right of way. So if we can have people pay the fair market value of those obstructions, it benefits the public as a whole by having less obstructions in the right of way. The second part of it, as far as going back into engineering, the way engineering is allocated out is they have to charge a rate for their services to our capital projects. So if they're working on an arterial project or a gas tax funded project or a storm funded project, they charge for their time against that project, and it's coming out of those different funds. That's how engineering makes their money. The more money that goes into engineering, the less they have to charge out, because it's, no profit, it's zero base. So they would charge less for their time.
Okay, Councilor Ronning, follow up.
Yeah, thank you. So can you explain that a little bit more? Who are they charging? Like how exactly is the majority of the public benefiting from that? Who exactly are they charging?
So they are charging the different project funds. So arterial gas tax storm, So the public benefits by being able to do more capital and charging less for the engineering overhead costs.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Jennifer. And by the way, your PowerPoint presentations are really fantastic. They always are. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Purington and then Joy. I'm going to just, you don't have to answer this now, but Jennifer and Chris, keep in mind, one question I'm sure we're going to get to is the timing here. We're talking about having to approve this by September 28th after having done nothing for 35 years. Something that's very complicated. It's going to gore a lot of ox out there. And so that's going to be a question, is the timing and whether this really has to happen on that kind of time schedule. But anyway, Councilmember Purington and Councilmember Joy.
I just wanted to echo what Penny and Sean were talking about, is to see the benefit of this. And you say that the money's going to engineering, but I'm just looking, I mean, I don't have those tiers memorized at all, but I'm looking at the awning downtown. I know that was a big thing, and they're trying to put signage up and all of that, and they're talking about it being part of the encroachment. But I'm thinking, what is that hurting? In fact, to me, it's a benefit with awning because of rain or whatever, especially in the downtown area. Some of those people are really I think, struggling down there. So same thing. I don't see the rationale in increasing these funds to the extent, especially as you're talking about doubling them. For some of them, that's quite a chunk. And I just don't see specifically how that impacts the engineering department, unless they have to go through every one of those and approve them, I suppose. Then to me, that would just be a fee early on. So, and as the mayor said, this is kind of a new thing. The PowerPoint was good, and I would really like to study it a little bit more too, but you just have to see a little bit more reasoning behind increasing those fees to that extent.
Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jennifer, I didn't see where you had put fences, but I really consider fences a very, very high impact. I can think of a corner on Rimrock where, in order for you to be able to see to the west, you have to pull all the way forward to the point where you feel uncomfortably close to cars coming 35 miles an hour down the street. I'm thinking about 17th Street and Avenue E, where there's a pole in the right-of-way where you have to pull forward in order to see. I'm thinking about kids riding on bikes who come around the corner where there's a fence and don't see what's in front of them. So I think that there are real dangers to some of these things that happen to be in our public right-of-way. They aren't just a nuisance. They can actually impact whether or not people are safe. So I'm totally thinking that signs, particularly fences are really, how many times have you pulled down an alleyway and wanted to get onto the street and not been able to see around a fence? That's a real impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Brent Brooks, a question for you on the timing of this a little bit. And I don't know that you've given this some thought, but many people already have existing encroachment permits. Are we clear that we can increase those going forward, or is there a risk that they'll make some sort of a claim that they're locked into the old rates? I don't know how those things get structured, but is the expectation that this would apply to all encroachments from the approval date forward, or only to brand new encroachments? And maybe Jennifer has already thought through that as well, but I don't know if you got an answer to that, but that's an issue.
Your Honor and Counsel, I can certainly give with Jennifer on this. I believe most of them are annual, and really they are looked at much like lease agreements in terms of the fair market value, that sort of thing. But I think most of these are annually renewable. But Jennifer and I can certainly work on getting a more concrete answer to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Chris, maybe you can answer, Jennifer, you can answer this, or maybe even Brent, but why are the funds going into engineering? Thanks, Chris.
So unfortunately, I don't have a good answer. As I mentioned earlier, where the money goes, it hasn't been a part of our conversation. My off the cuff is that Tier 1 belongs in engineering. Tier 1 is dealing with, engineers are having to deal with all these issues relative to using right of way, and they're the ones who are, just deal with that every day. I think the difference is Tier 2, and it surprises me. Maybe it happens all over the place. I didn't realize a commercial restaurant like a franchise company is using our right of way for a parking lot. Now, there's mutual benefit to it, but I think the Tier 2 discussion, I think internally we should talk more about how to reinvest that money into the benefit of the downtown or in the area that is collected. So that's one concern. My other concern, and I'm not expressing very well, is, and it's restaurants, and right now they're getting hit the worst. So I am sensitive to them getting hit right now. But that being said, a couple of restaurants downtown are getting considerably more square footage and more tables at the expense of all their neighbors.
Right.
And so to me, we should be recouping something reasonable there and then pouring that back into the benefit of the core of the downtown so that everybody benefits, not just them. So it's complex. I don't think we're going to get totally where we need to be this month, but I think we could make a adjustment for a Tier 2 and have another dialogue about this on the 28th and decide, okay, are we going to do anything different this year? Or if we are, we're going to take maybe kind of a small step towards a bigger step into the future.
Yeah, I agree. I think a small step would be a good idea. And later on, we could take a look at what the big step is, but yeah. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Jennifer, you specifically said that this discussion does not apply to the permitting process, which is intended to recoup the cost of processing these upfront. Are we confident that those, and I don't want to sidetrack us, but are we pretty comfortable that is recouping our costs on the permitting side?
Mayor Cole, we have actually increased it on the permitting side. We haven't kept that static. I am confident that it is recouping costs for the level of effort that we do now. If we ever go to a more, proactive program where we go out and inspect these annually, we would definitely need to increase that cost.
Okay, thank you. We do need to open it up for public comment. Are there other questions for staff before we do so? If not, let's open it up for public comment. If anybody would like to be heard on this, they need to call now the number 237-6196. That number again, 237-6196. We'll ask you to state your name and your address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. To comment on these encroachment assessments that we've been discussing. The phone number again, 237-6196, because our meeting is ahead of what you are hearing on your computer or on the television. It's important that you turn the volume off on those things, or you'll be very confused trying to listen both to the phone and to something different that's on the screen. Denise, do we have anybody who is called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I have no callers.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we'll go ahead and close public comment period on item number 5 and turn it back to council and to staff. We didn't give a whole lot of real specific input, except a lot of good questions on something very important. Jennifer, Chris, I don't know how you could come back with a detailed proposal on the 28th for us based on what you've heard. So what's the plan?
I guess what I would say, based on what we've heard, and Jennifer, please don't hesitate to add or adjust it. I think there is a possibility we could get into two tiers this year, but I think we're probably talking hundreds of dollars difference maybe for tier 2, not thousands of dollars. And I think we need to come back with, what additional information, where we spend the money, how it helps, and how will it impact these businesses for, frankly, a much more in-depth conversation throughout this next year to set us up a year from now, is what I'm kind of taking away from the conversation. So I hope we don't just totally punt it, because we have been, you asked a year ago and we didn't do anything with it. But because of COVID, I think it's okay that we not adjust it a lot. But I think we kind of notice, everybody, that this is a conversation we're having, and we want more fairness and equity to what you're paying to use the public right of way. And how do we reinvest that money into something that benefits the greater good of the neighborhood or the area?
Okay, I think the council would agree with that. The only question I would have is whether it's worth investing an awful lot of staff time and potential confusion for the public to make little steps where we're going to come back and do something radically different in a year from now. But you can give that some thought too. Councilmember Ewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Jennifer, do you have an estimate of how much of this right-of-way stuff is downtown and how much is not downtown?
Councilmember Ewald, we have that tracked, but I don't have it right now in front of me. But it's definitely something that we'll take a look at. We do have a lot of encroachments that are outside the downtown area, but I don't have the breakdown.
Because I think one place it could be spent for downtown is it always needs a little more cleaning up. And what's the biggest problem we have downtown right now that people complain about? That's the transient. So that money could probably be used to help out with that area a little bit too. So it's an encroachment on the public right of way, and we would be using it to help clean the place up. So.
Thank you very much. We'll need to involve the Downtown Building Association, maybe the Chamber, home builders, any other business groups that might feel like they have a stake in this. Councilmember Purington.
And I'm glad you said that, Frank, because the thing I was thinking about, especially with the sidewalks, is there's been issues downtown with the sidewalks buckling and they're not getting repaired. And I guess people are falling on them, tripping on them. So I mean, I could see where you could use that money to do some things that would be under public works. But I just think that has to be pretty specific when you start charging more and not, well, it's going to go somewhere, but we just need to know where.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on and to our conclusion of our meeting. Then we'll call item number 5 concluded if there was nothing else that is desperate to be added. Now, items of general council discussion before public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any items of council discussion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So you had mentioned at the early onset of the meeting, Mayor Cole, about September 11th. And since this is the meeting that is prior to September 11th, and I've shared this for, I guess, every recognition of September 11th that we've had on City Council. So I was a first responder for 10 years. And I encourage people to remember coming this September 11th, that there was only one group of first responders that were in hand-to-hand combat with terrorists on that day. And that was flight attendants and pilots. And they typically get overlooked on September 11th. And I encourage everyone on this September 11th to remember that first responders also include the people that were in the airplanes. And to remember that they weren't just victims, but they were in hand-to-hand combat with terrorists on that day. and encourage everyone just to remember that when you're flying, to remember that they are first responders. And on that day, they were amazing and incredible heroes. And I had personal friends and personal colleagues that died. And as those of you who have served on city council with me know that I worked United Flight 93 for more than 2 years. So that's September 11th is always a very personal day for me, and encourage our community to remember all of the first responders with great appreciation on that day. And that includes police, fire, EMTs, and everyone that ran to the destruction that was taking place on that day. But to also remember there was a group that was in hand-to-hand combat with terrorists. So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about that.
Thank you for that reminder. Well placed. Councilmember Purington.
Well, Penny, in following up with that, I appreciate what you were talking about. The focus of what I wanted to just bring up is how we can look at adjusting our budget for next year. We set our budget in we start in June, July, and it's before the property values are assessed from DOR. And we could go as far as into August to set that, because it seems like we have to come back with our budget amendments, and it seems like we get lost in that budget process. And yes, this was my first budget to have gone through, but in looking at the enterprise funds separately than the general budget, I would just like to look at that and see if there's anyone else on council that has an issue the way that we set the budget so early and then we have to go back and look at it. It just seems like it's almost gets into a smoke and mirrors for me. But I just wondered if there was any other comments from council, because I know that when it was brought up this last session with the budget, and this was brought up, I think Andy said, well, we need to do it. If we're going to change it, we need to change it quickly because of what the staff has to do differently. And we haven't always done it this way. So it's not one of those, well, we've always done it this way. So I guess I would just like to ask, since it's discussion time, if the council members have any other thoughts about how to do the budget.
Thank you, Councilor Purington. We'll open it up. Probably don't want to get in too deep just because it hasn't been on the agenda. But by coincidence, a few hours ago, I had a conversation with people who are interested in park construction issues. And one of the comments was how strange it is that the budget year falls right in the middle of construction season, so that many projects bridge that and have to be put into two fiscal years, because you can't just have one project in one fiscal year when it's going throughout the two different throughout the summer construction season. So I don't know if that's relevant to all of us or not.
Well, I think it is. And just one other point to be made is, just the big thing that happened with the Parks Board and everyone saying, oh, you got $4.2 million in reserves. And you're going, well, not really, because you still haven't paid for your park season. But yet now we're into a new budget, and everyone thinks that we have so much money in parks. So it's kind of hard to see sometimes where the money actually is.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else want to comment or have other items of discussion? Councilmember Ewald and Neese.
I agree also that the general fund should be worked on separately from all the enterprise funds, and maybe the enterprise fund split up into separate funds like Public Works and then airport separately. It's a lot easier to work with those smaller figures and be able to sit down and comb through them a little bit better than $380 million. Okay, passed. it's a little bit tough. I guess I don't work with those big numbers so very often, but I really think the general fund needs to be separated from the enterprise funds, just to make it easier to understand, not only for the council people, but the people out there listening to us while we're discussing it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nice. You had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think I've advocated for that for a long time, to try and break the budget up into smaller sections. I think I believe it's on our council priorities to look at doing something like that too. So enterprise funds, a lot of times, again, the service charges and what we need to build, what we need to do it drives a lot of that. And so I think that makes it a little bit easier to go through. But then when we get into the general fund, that's the tougher part, tougher budget to look at. But it also, because we look, like Frank said, we look at 380 million, it really doesn't give us time to look on and focus into a lot of the enterprise funds. There's a lot that we just don't have time. I know I don't have time to look at it, everything. So I pick out a department or two and try and get the best information I can. Frank does a good job on some of the enterprise funds, and then brings some stuff to our attention. But it would help us, I think, to have that budget in a different way, and maybe even biannual on some of the departments. I don't know if that's possible, or if that's something we can look at doing, but some of those budgets that are like streets, we kind of know what they're doing. They got a good long-term projection of what they're doing. Maybe every other year we look at them and approve it. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Definitely be interesting to know if cities in Montana or elsewhere in the country take a different approach. Councilmember Brown, and then Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused. I mean, the budget this year was really broken out pretty much by department, and we started way sooner than we normally do. So I don't know if it can get much easier. I mean, $380 million is going to be complex no matter what we do. I agree that the public safety or the general fund, honestly, to me, that's probably the easiest one. And as far as stretching it out, correct me, Pam, but it seems like the only time we would have to come back and adjust the budget is if we're going to receive less tax than what we anticipated, not more. And generally, it's been we get more than we had anticipated. So the budget's not affected other than it goes to reserves. And those we can reallocate later on. I guess I'm looking at this 8 years ago, the presentation was way different than it is now. It was literally, here's our $380 million and here's what we're going to do. Now we spend a lot of time this year, and I think I understood it better than I ever have in the 8 years I've been here. So I don't know what suggestions to give, but I don't think we can stretch it out that far. I think we've only got maybe a month that we can stretch it out legally. Even we have to have a budget by a certain date. And I think, what is it, October maybe? You have to have it in, period. There is no exception.
Okay, thank you. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't give our city administrator an opportunity to comment. Just a reminder, it's 10 o'clock. So we may want to come back to this at a later time since it's a lot to chew on. But Chris, did you want to comment on some of the ideas you've heard?
So I think definitely it's a dialogue to have in a work session deliberately, including Andy and Kevin and myself, thinking about how do we continue to evolve the process. I really appreciate both ends. When you're new, it seems extremely overwhelming, 380 million. And so Andy and I both have, Andy, we've made a lot of changes to try to make it clearer, more transparent, and more engaging from the policy discussion for you. But that doesn't mean there aren't better things we can do. So we're not afraid of that dialogue. Thank you, Sean. I do appreciate you recognizing that's the direction we've been moving in hard. some other states, nobody in Montana yet, some of the city managers and I have been talking about it. I would like to go to budgets every 2 years instead of every year. Now, maybe that's not all. Maybe that is some of the areas where you guys are much more comfortable, and it's not unique to Billings. Bozeman, Kalispell, I won't speak for the others similarly. Politically, the general fund, I don't think it's complicated, but it's politically challenging. It's property taxes. You just said it tonight. Hey, rates to deal with where most of the 300 million goes is not that difficult. What's it? How long does a pipe last? What do we need to invest in? So I would suggest setting aside a couple hours to talk about ideas in hopefully a really productive way, because I also don't want to drive Andy nuts either, because I will tell you, he's working really hard to make it simpler and simpler. And it's, we have to be honest with each other where we're confused and we don't understand. But I want you to know, doing public budgets for 25 years, that we're making it easier and easier, not more difficult. And you're helping us get there. But it's important for us, I think, to go in saying, what are our goals? What are we trying to accomplish? Think about the policy discussion on utility rates tonight. I was thinking about that as Jennifer is presenting it. It doesn't get any more policy than what are you trying philosophically to do? And so if we can have more of those conversations about funding parks, funding police, funding the budget, that's really where you guys can do your most influential work in guiding this city 5, 10, 20 years from now. Then if someone truly wants to argue about, what a square foot of asphalt cost, or, how many this or that. And I'm not trying to belittle those things. I'm just saying the philosophy, the policy has the bigger long-term implication. In a system where you guys get to set that stronger, it only benefits us if we get it right out of the gate.
Okay, thank you. I have a feeling we're not going to resolve this tonight, but I don't want to cut off discussion either. Councilmember Tricky, Joy, Shaw.
I was actually just going to ask Chris to speak. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tricky and Joy.
Yeah, I actually thought the process was pretty good. So I didn't have a lot of trouble understanding what was going on. We had a lot of time to think about it and talk about it. So I thought, I agree with Councilmember Brown that where we're at right now is pretty good. I would like to put some thought into splitting the budget in half and doing half of it 1 year and another half of it another year. The main reason I like that idea is, frankly, I think we're spending too much time on the budget right now, and we're not spending enough time thinking about and talking about to the people of Billings about where we want to go and how we want to get there. When you get into budget discussions, it's all just about the dollars, and we don't put our thinking caps on about how to get to where we want to go. And to me, that is the most important part of our jobs, is coming up with a vision and providing a pathway for how to get there. So I would love to find some way to spend less time on the budget and more time on policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy. And then I suggest we move on to next item of discussion or public comment. Councilmember Joy?
Yeah, this will be thank you, Mayor and Council. This will be a very short comment. Mr. Zeller always says, our budget is just like a snapshot in time. All the numbers are constantly moving. They're constantly flowing in and out. So if we want to look at it every day it will look different. Thank you.
True. Okay, anything else in the way of council discussion before we go to public comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, if anybody's been listening, this is your final opportunity to have public comment on things that were not on the agenda tonight. Again, you'll have 3 minutes, but you have to call that number now, 237-6196. That number again, 237-6196. Final opportunity for public comment on things that were not on our agenda tonight. Reminder, we'll need your name, address. You'll have 3 minutes, and we'll ask you to turn off the television or the computer because our actual meeting is about a minute ahead of what you're hearing. So that number again, 237-6196. Denise, do we have anybody who has called 237-6196?
No, Mayor, I have no callers.
Okay, looks like everybody else in town is asleep. So since they are, you might as well join them. And therefore, we're adjourned and good night.
1 week to go.
Good night.